Good morning. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We've got a little bit of, there we are, a little bit of sound in here that we're just sorting things out technically. And of course, as always with these virtual meetings, I ask for the patience of both colleagues and staff and also the public who are able to join us in this manner during the continuation of the pandemic. My name is Mayor John Tory, and I am the chair of the Executive Committee of the City of Toronto Council. The clerk has confirmed that we do have quorum this morning, and so I will call the 22nd meeting of the Executive Committee to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference, and as the City Hall remains closed, the public are able to participate electronically as well and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. And again, I ask everybody for their patience with the technical or other kinds of issues that can arise at these meetings from time to time, although they've gone quite smoothly thanks to a great staff that we have here. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. The City Clerk has also provided all agenda materials via the Clerk's Meeting portal, and Clerk's IT staff will be available to participants to help with your devices. I would like to remind our City staff to keep their mics muted if they would please, and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This makes it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube Live to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items, and occasionally having mics on and cameras on can lead to feedback and things like that as well. Members, I would also ask you to keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or to speak to an item, and please ensure that your video is turned on so that we can ensure that you're in attendance at the meeting. As a part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or to speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I will ask that members ensure that they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote, because it's a relatively modest-sized committee. We can do that here. I want to remind you, members, that if you have motions, they must be submitted and approved by email, and that the staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any members of Council, the City Council, who are not members of the Executive Committee that are visiting with us and wish to take part in the meeting today, I would ask you as well to please turn on your video so that we will know that you're present, and we can give you, of course, the opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak as you wish. This will also assist the clerk staff to record attendance for the meeting. So I think that takes care of all the usual housekeeping, and for those who are veterans of all these meetings, I'm sorry to have to repeat it, but it's just necessary for those who may not have had a chance to be with us on one of the virtual meetings before. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. We now come to that time where members, if they have any, will make declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And I will ask, if you have an interest, to please raise your hand and unmute your mic, and I'll just have a look here and see if we have anybody. I don't see anybody. There are no hands raised, and I don't have any to declare myself, so that we can move forward. The next thing we need is a motion to confirm the minutes of the regular meeting on January the 27th, 2021, and the special meeting held to discuss the budget on February the 11th, 2021. Moved by Councillor
So moved by Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Pasternak beat you to the punch there, Councillor Ainsley, but thank you. So Councillor Pasternak moves, and I'm ready to call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Let's then proceed with the agenda review, if we can. The first item is item EX 22.1, COVID-19 Recovery and Rebuild Update. We have speakers registered on this item, and so I will hold this matter down. The next item is EX 22.2, Update on Targeted COVID-19 Equity Measures and Community Mobilization for Immunization. There is a staff report with a recommendation. There are no speakers on this matter. Does anybody wish to hold this matter down?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Bylaw will hold this matter down. Thank you. The next item is item EX 22.3, Surface Transit Network Plan, Consultation Plan. There is a staff report with a recommendation. Do I have any holds on this item? All right, then I will ask somebody to move the recommendation in the report. Moved by Councillor Ainsley. Any comments, questions? All right, all those in favor? Opposed?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, which one is this?
This is item 22.3, Surface Network Transit Plan, Consultation Plan.
Oh, I'll hold that, please.
You'd like to hold that? Okay, thank you. The next item is EX 22.4, Transit Network Expansion, and we have speakers registered on that item, so I will hold that down. The next item after that is EX 22.5, Recommendations to Toronto Hydro on Climate Action. There is a staff report with recommendations. Is there anybody wishing to hold this down? All right. I will then ask someone to move the staff report with recommendations. Can I ask Councillor McKelvey?
Mr. Mayor,
Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry?
If I could hold that down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Bylaw. The next item is item EX 22.6, Toronto Police Services Board Implementation of a Human Rights Tribunal Order. There is a staff report with a recommendation. Is there anyone wishing to hold this item down? If not, may I have a motion to move the staff recommendation for approval? Moved by Councillor Ainsley. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item EX 22.7, reviews of proxy voting in the pregnancy and parental leave policy for members of council. There is a staff report here with a recommendation. Is anybody wishing to hold this item down? All right, may I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation then? Moved by Councillor Ainsley. I'll call the question. If there are no comments or questions, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item EX 22.8, reviews of codes of conduct for members of council, local boards, and adjudicative boards. There is a staff report with recommendations. Is there anybody wishing to hold this item down? If not, then can I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendations? Moved by Councillor McKelvey. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item EX 22.9, Toronto for All, addressing anti-Semitism. We have a speaker registered on this item, so I will hold it down. The next item is item EX 22.10, enacting an updated TO Live procedures bylaw. There's a letter from the Board of Directors of TO Live with a recommendation. Is there anyone wishing to hold this down? It's a housekeeping matter with regard to their procedural bylaws. Can I ask then Councillor Crawford if you would move the staff recommendation?
Yeah, I can move that, Mr. Mayor.
The board recommendation from TO Live. I'm ready to call the question if there are no comments. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is EX 22.11, procedures bylaw for the Board of Directors of Toronto Parking Authority. Again, there's a letter here from the Toronto Parking Authority with a recommendation. It's again a procedural change largely. Is there anybody wishing to move the recommendation contained in the letter from the Toronto Parking Authority? Councillor Ainsley. Any questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 22.12, supporting the Francophone community during restart and recovery, Rejoining Association, française des municipalités de l'Ontario. There is a letter from the Francophone Advisory Committee. I think I will hold this item because we might be able to sort of expedite matters here with a motion. Actually, we have it. Thank you. We've just been discussing this a little bit, and I just wonder if we could short-circuit it going back and forth to the Advisory Committee by Councillor McKelvey moving, as I believe she is willing to do at this point in time. Am I correct, Councillor? You can just nod your head. That the City Council agree to join the Association française des municipalités de l'Ontario on terms satisfactory to the City Manager. You willing to make that motion, Councillor McKelvey? If you're not, I am.
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I think we had a little bit of a discussion. We've all read the report and so on, and I think this just short circuits is going back and forth to the committee and so on, and we'll put the motion up for you to have a look at. It's pretty short and straightforward. So are there any comments, questions? I think this is an appropriate thing for us to do, given that we have a large Francophone population here, and we've been trying to become more engaged and show more respect for our second founding language, and on it goes. And I think that we can then get involved with this organization and help them out. I'm ready to call the question if you are. On Councillor McKelvey's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I believe that disposes of the item. Very good. Thank you. Then we have item EX 22.13, open data requirement at all City of Toronto standing committees, boards, and agencies. This results from a letter coming from our member, Councillor Paul Ainsley, with a recommendation. Is there anyone wishing to hold this item? Seeing no one, I would ask then if Councillor McKelvey will move the recommendation contained in his letter, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Sorry, that was Councillor Ainsley moving that?
Yes. Yeah, yes. Did I say something else?
Just to be clear, you said Councillor McKelvey would move the recommendation based on his letter.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I just wanted to check on the level of coffee at City Hall, making sure it wasn't decaf.
It's an easy mistake to make.
It's the lack of a haircut that's affecting my
We're
ability
both
to-
good looking.
It's the lack of a, yes, well, okay, I won't comment on any of that, but it's the lack of a haircut that is affecting my ability to conduct these meetings. Okay, I believe then,
Mr. Mayor.
yes,
Sorry.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, sorry, I've got an urgent text from Councillor Perez, who's desperately trying to be upgraded to a panelist, I believe, a participant in the meeting. So if IT or the clerk could help him move from attendee to
It's
panelist.
done, it's now done, apparently, thanks to your representation and the good work of our staff. So I think it's now done. He should be here.
Can we have a recorded vote on that?
We could have a recorded vote on a lot of those kinds of things, and maybe some interesting outcomes. I don't see him yet, but I'm sure he's here. So there he is. I do see him. He's there. Okay. There he is. There he is. Hello, Councillor. How are you doing?
Thank you all very much.
Good. Okay, so we're done with the rundown then, and we would go back then to start at the beginning with item EX 22.1, COVID-19 recovery and rebuild. And we will proceed as we normally would with the deputations. We have 4. So with the assistance of our staff, we would confirm that the first, I'll read the list in order that they're listed here: Anders Ross, Carol Arundel, Sean Mahar, and Gil Penalosa. And I would suggest we would then move to Anders Ross first and confirm that Anders Ross is connected. Anders Ross, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor. How are you doing today?
Good, thanks. Welcome to the meeting. And you have the usual 5 minutes, and there may be some questions after that, but you're on. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, panelists. Good morning, Councillor Pasternak. I'm here today on behalf of the Bathurst and Finch Community Action Network and also my members at the Unison Hub. One of the things that we should be doing as part of the Toronto Office Recovery Rebuild for COVID-19 is identifying new targets of investment in the community of Westminster Branson, or otherwise known as York Centre. I don't know if the panelists are aware of this, but Westminster Branson was just designated a food desert by the United Way and the Unison Health Network. So one of the things I've been working on in the last year is identifying areas that could be used for community gardens and also creating a meal share network proposal. This is something that has been done in other parts of the OECD as part of COVID-19 recovery, making investments in health and positive health outcomes. So that's one thing I would propose for the committee to consider. And lastly, we need investment and resources put into affordable housing, and not just any type of affordable housing. This housing has to be purposely built, so it has in place as part of the footprint access to services like childcare, government services, health services, and it has to be a combination of geared to income, transitional, and rent-to-own or cooperative housing, which is the new trend in Europe and OECD member cities. And lastly, I think we have to move towards the local first perspective. And a good example of the local first perspective that's not being implemented right now is all this transit that's being built along the Dufferin-Keele corridor. Alongside that development should have been rezoning, inclusionary zoning, building of services, building of housing. And over the last 2 years, I've been doing a lot of work with the Bathurst and Finch Community Housing panel at the Unison Hub. And that's the one thing we've identified. We just have not done a solid job rezoning land that could be repurposed and built specifically for affordable housing and geared to income accommodation. I think that's my 5 minutes. I'll surrender the rest of my minutes to the committee chair.
That's a very efficient 5 minutes, Mr. Ross, because it was actually only 2 minutes and 45 seconds, but we appreciate your participation and your surrendering your time to, in the interest of others. There may be a question or two for you. Is there anybody, members of the committee or members of council, that have a question for Councillor Pasternak, I see? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andrews, for coming up. As you know, I sat on the Food Scarcity Committee at the Hub. We looked at a number of different options in those discussions. I mean, one of them was more, I guess, farmers markets and gardens. And one of the reasons was that it's easier to do that than to try and convince, Freshco or Metro or No Frills to set up, a 30,000 square foot grocery store. So, in your view, do you feel the garden, the farmers market at the Hub and its adjoining garden are working? Do you think we need to do more there?
I don't think it's sufficient. And one of the things that should be added to make it better serve the needs of the community is maybe more of a focus towards meal planning, budgets around household budgeting for groceries. And the garden is, I think it's a question of they just don't have enough space. So that's why I'm thinking we should identify possible community garden sites. Like I'm thinking of the Hydro Corridor behind Carnegie Arena would be my first choice. And then G. Ross Lord Park. There's plenty of green space that could be converted into community gardens. And again, incorporate the community, the schools, the universities, and have them be partners in it.
Yeah, so we've got some development applications. One is on the corner of Bathurst and Finch. You may know about another one. It's on the corner of Goldfinch and Finch. And of course, the Centennial Library is being built back. So the area is going through change. I would like to think it's positive change. Do you think we should leverage those private sector developments to secure support and funding for the expansion of gardens and try and carve out, some park space to build capacity in the area?
Absolutely. That model's already being used in other parts of the world, like in the United Kingdom, OECD. I'm in favor of that as a possible tactic going forward.
Now, as for affordable housing, I guess when we talk about affordable, then we have to define what it is. We have a Housing Now project going up at Wilson Heights and Wilson. We have an affordable seniors building going up at Goldfinch and Finch. And of course, we have units that we've negotiated within existing applications. Those projects, I believe, are 20 to 25% below market. Is that what you're thinking? Sort of the middle income, the housing for middle income people or lower income people, rather than social housing has to be built. And I'm just wondering how you would define the need.
Actually, I would define the need as like a hybrid or a combination. So we create diverse communities. We have multiple income levels coexisting in like a cooperative housing environment like they have in Europe, like in Finland, Norway, Denmark. You'll have seniors living with university students. You'll have young professionals living with lower income families. And it creates this whole like community network vibe. And that's why they're leading us they're out leading us in the whole called happiness or the TULIP index, because they don't put a stigma on social housing and they don't attach the labels we do. They just come up with solutions with everybody in place, and they develop a supportive community network. They talk about community networks in Europe.
Okay. All right, Anders, thank you very much for coming. I think I'm almost out of time, but we'll continue this conversation offline.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there any other, I'll just wait to get
You're
back.
all welcome.
Just wait to get back the full screen of everybody here and see if there's any other questions of Mr. Ross. I don't see anybody wanting to ask a question for now, so I'll thank you, Mr. Ross, for your deputation, and we'll move forward. Thanks so much. Next, do we have connection with Carol Arundel? Carol Arundel, you're on. Can we hear you? Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Arundel from the Interim Executive Director at Social Planning Toronto. And I appreciate Andrew was sharing some of his minutes. I might need a few seconds. I'd like to start by recognizing your leadership, the leadership of Toronto Council and staff in responding to this unprecedented public health emergency. Thank you. Social Planning Toronto shares your commitment to build back better, and thanks you for providing quarterly updates like this one on Toronto's recovery and rebuild. That said, we'd like to share some of our thoughts on this quarterly report. In 2020, Social Planning Toronto reported the ideas of more than 1,400 residents across the city, including Indigenous communities, equity-seeking groups, and vulnerable populations disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, and they talked about what an equitable pandemic recovery meant to them. We heard pressing concerns about housing, employment, mental health, and income supports. Residents also talked about Toronto's approach to response and recovery, and that it should focus on investments in services and communities, equity, a bottom-up approach to decision-making, and intergovernmental collaboration. In preparation for this meeting, we reached out to some of those same residents and community leaders and heard from 25 people who provided insight on issues communities are facing today. We learned that the pressing needs identified by those 1,400 people last year are still pressing needs today. People are concerned about housing, mental health, employment, and income supports. They also talked today about transit, housing costs, illegal evictions, encampments, food security as our last deputation, mental health supports, support for youth, help for small businesses, and the need for digital literacy and access to technologies. We heard how the city stepped up to ensure people can access food through food boxes and food banks, and residents appreciated the regular communication from the city about COVID-19 and the vaccine rollout, especially in the various languages, although some of them said we could do better. So we want the communities and their perspectives to be better represented and included in the city's work and reporting, but especially in the recovery and rebuild updates. Although we appreciate this report talks about city strategies, plans, and actions, we also note that the report isn't outcome focused. If these reports are meant to help you decide on pandemic responses and rebuild, then you need to know how the city's doing. This report doesn't tell us 2 years into the pandemic how the communities, especially those disproportionately impacted, are faring and what we can do to better support them. And we know we have an added layer of pandemic inequality on top of our existing disparities. The outcome reporting must be through a strong set of equity lens. We want to see outcomes reported, outcomes oriented, and critical equity-focused reporting in future updates. In addition to connecting with resident leaders, we also are talking to our colleagues about the response, the recovery, and reporting. We're all concerned about the city's capacity to deliver on the response and recovery goals, especially given the financial and jurisdictional context. Just one example that we've talked to you about in the past, Toronto still doesn't have provincial funding for the 1,200 supportive housing units, and the clock is ticking. In addition, we've hundreds of people living this winter in encampments, and we need suitable housing options for these and other homeless and underhoused people. Yet we wait for funding. The nonprofit sector mobilizes and supports communities to advocate for issues and policy change. In the past, we've engaged with you in the process to hold governments accountable, and in this report, you talk about a network of allies. So what can we do to support an equitable recovery? I spoke to you in October regarding the TOR report, saying we needed to make some noise. Let us help you get attention to those issues. Incremental and short-term response isn't enough. We need structural solutions that go beyond the whole of government approach. We urge you to demand a new formal relationship with our provincial and federal governments based on recognition, respect, enhanced authorities, and dedicated and sustainable funding tools. We can't have our recovery dependent on decisions by other levels of government. In summary, put communities first, not only when identifying response and recovery priorities, but in designing strategies and reporting on progress and next steps. Report on recovery and rebuilding outcomes and impact from a community perspective, and bring a strong and critical equity lens to those reports, and push for change in Toronto's ability to set its own direction and priorities. Let us help engage communities in the sector in
I'll have to ask you
supporting
to wrap up now, if you could, Ms. Rundle.
I have wrapped up. Those were my three main points, and I thank you for giving me the leniency to cover them.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions of Ms. Rundle? I might just have one before we let you go, and we thank you for your contribution. And that is, I'll just reset the clock here on myself, sorry. When you say, and I just wrote it down, can't have our response as a city dependent upon the response of other levels of government, in the circumstances we're in, what do you suggest if it came to something like, take the example of sick days, which we've been debating and advocating on to the other governments, where they clearly have the legislative and financial ability to address something like that. I'm just picking that as an example because it's at the top of my mind. I mean, what do you suggest when you say we can't rely on their decisions? Do we have any choice at this point in time?
I tried to break down my comments based on two elements. One is us working together as allies with the city to push for changes like sick days, where we all feel they are urgently needed. In the longer term, we do need structural change. We're not going to achieve that in the short term, but the pandemic has highlighted the challenges that we face in terms of revenue tools, in terms of taking action, and in terms of, not having the capacity in some areas where we are responsible to make the changes that we want. So no, I agree with you. Sometimes we are between a rock and a hard place. But my first point is the sector and the community can work with the city more strongly in a more focused way to help put pressure on the province or on the federal government. And in the longer term, we do need to look at options that help us move out of situations like this, where we have the capacity to act in areas that make Toronto healthier and stronger.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Any other questions of the deputy?
Sorry. Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's Councillor Fletcher, and I jumped in there, and I don't think you heard me. I did have a question for the
Sorry, Councillor Fletcher, you're very faint, your voice. That's unusual, I know. Yeah, but just, did you want to ask a question of this deputy?
Yeah, yes, I did. How's that?
Yeah, it's better. You can go ahead and ask your question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your deputation. I know that you correctly pointed out that we don't yet have the funding for the modular housing, which is, again, as you pointed out, a response to the pandemic. And city staff moving very nimbly, the city council getting zoning orders, et cetera, et cetera. So wondering about Social Planning Council and all your allies and what steps you're taking specifically to get to the provincial government and pressure them to support the funding for supportive housing. Please let me know exactly what you're doing. I'm sure you're doing a tremendous amount because you know we can't do it without the money. So we're relying on folks like you to do great organizing. So please let us know how you're supporting that.
So Social Planning Toronto is joining with our partners to advocate, and we have advocated for funding for those spaces. We submitted a pre-budget response to the province, and we did a post-budget response to their budget last week, which highlighted the need for housing for those funding for those 1,200 spaces. And we are joining and have joined with other partners who focus on housing issues to bring our voice and to support their voices in advocating for funding for these spaces and for more housing, not just the 1,200.
Yeah, I understand. I'm talking about the 1,200 now. Now, do you have a campaign going in order to get that funding, or are you just sending letters to the government? How strong is your campaign?
Social Planning Toronto doesn't have a campaign at this point, no, but as I said, we are joining with others in the sector who focus on housing and their campaigns.
Do they have a specific campaign for funding those modular homes? The supportive aspect of the modular housing the city's putting together under great stress and duress and success?
Yes, there is a campaign ongoing. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank right now, perhaps the stress of speaking to all of you. I can get back to you after the meeting and let you know the organizations that are involved in it.
Yes, and what the plan is and how strong it is.
I'd be happy to do that.
That's a very important piece of the work today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Just to have a look at the screen again here and see if there's anyone else that has questions of this deputant. I don't see anybody, so we will move forward. And thank you very much, Ms. Arundel, for your comments. And that would bring us next to Sean Mahar, Convene Toronto. And is Mr. Mahar with us?
Yes, is my audio connected?
Yep, you are, and your clock is running, and you have 5 minutes, and we thank you for coming.
Thanks very much for having me. My name is Sean Maher, and I'm with Ontario for All, which is a project of the United Way designed to support nonprofits in the GTA in helping to shape public policy that supports vulnerable people in the city. And I want to first congratulate Council and the city staff for the Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild report. It's a valuable and robust and forward-looking document. But with 80 recommendations, it's also understandably quite a broad document. And the way that work of delivering on that is focused and structured will matter a great deal. There are some elements of it where there is fairly broad confluence among different orders of government about how to proceed, for example, on economic recovery, where coordination and collaboration are likely the key. There are others, in particular the ones relating to equity, where agreement is, as the previous speaker pointed out, less comprehensive among the various orders of government, and where persuasion and advocacy is called for. And we see those among some of the items in this area, such as childcare and housing, which are marked as completed in the interim report because the asks to those governments have gone forward. But in fact, the province has not actually delivered on those items. Sorry, there seems to be great facts in the noise. The report that you have in front of you wisely maps out an intergovernmental strategy to try and address the areas where there may be less agreement and where there may be advocacy required. I think this is a valuable innovation to the work, and I want to congratulate Council and particularly the City Manager on incorporating that into the structure of the way that the TOR is moved forward. It's an insightful and thorough and comprehensive approach, but as Carol pointed out, it is somewhat less detailed in the area around partnerships, and in particular in the whole of community component of how we move challenging issues that require advocacy forward. And while effective advocacy depends a lot on our shared objectives and our shared goals, it also depends a lot on coordination and timing and active and effective collaboration. It also benefits from a ground game that directly reaches MPPs in their home communities, in addition to reaching the Premier's office in Queen's Park. And that's an area where I think this could be augmented and the work of the TOR can move forward more effectively by having a mechanism that was clearly in place to do, as Carol described, better coordination with grassroots community organizations that are in positions to reach MPs in their home constituencies and do that persuasive work, and also to work together to try and present a united voice that's not an interjurisdictional conversation, but is about what the people from the communities in Toronto are most concerned about. The timing for that process couldn't be better. We've just had a budget. It's our second budget in only about 6 months, but it continued to miss out on some of the key elements of the TOR report. There isn't new investment in childcare in that budget. There isn't new investment in affordable housing in that budget. There aren't paid sick days in that budget. There isn't support for stability among the not-for-profit sector in that budget on the scale or scope that we have talked about. And those are meaningful challenges to the achievement of the goals set out in the TOR report. And you have partners at the community level who are eager to help coordinate and collaborate to make that happen. In other jurisdictions in the GTA, that is happening in other ways. The Advocacy and Awareness Roundtable of the Peel Poverty Reduction Strategy is reaching out to MPPs in Peel. The Just Recovery Coalition in York Region is reaching out to MPPs in York Region. And the inner and outer suburbs of Toronto are important factors in government decision-making that ought to be collaboratively and coordinatedly pursued with the city working closely with grassroots organizations. A structure for that would be a valuable addition to what's on the table today. The creation of a coherent mechanism for work around equity where grassroots groups in the City of Toronto strategize together to make sure that the government, both at the center and at the local constituency level, hear from the community about how important progress on these items are. And I hope you'll consider augmenting the intergovernmental strategy with a coherent structure of that kind.
Thanks very much,
back my last
Mr. Maher. It's just on the 5-minute mark, so we appreciate that. And I'll see if there are any questions for you this morning. Any questions from members of the committee or other members of council visiting with us? Okay, hearing none, we'll thank you so much for being with us and move forward. And we have Gil Penalosa on the line with us. So from our third act, Mr. Penalosa, the floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes, and we welcome you. Mr. Penalosa, are you there?
Gil Penalosa, you've been provided with audio. Please connect your mic in order to speak.
He shows as being there, does he? Just he's not muted, not unmuted. Is that the idea? I'll thank everybody for their patience. We're just sorting this out.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Penalosa, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can now. John Tory here, and we're welcoming you to the meeting, and you have 5 minutes to make your representation, so we thank you for coming.
Okay.
Hi, Gil, this is Nahum with the City Clerk's office. I apologize, but I had to mute you. If you can please turn off the volume if you are watching this meeting on YouTube, there is feedback occurring. I will now unmute your phone line.
Hello?
Seems to be better, Mr. Penalosa. We had to have you mute your computer there so the sound wasn't feeding back, and you have 5 minutes to make your representation. Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I want to make an emphasis on the recovery on public health. I think that it has been amazing, all the work around public health. I think we have a fantastic medical chief, and also every one of the members on the Board of Health are great. But I think that a lot of the emphasis, for obvious reasons, has been on curative health. And I think we should start placing a lot of emphasis on preventive, because there is no way that any curative system is going to be enough. So I want to suggest to have a representative of public health on all of the committees of the city. Like, public health should be kind of like the umbrella of all decisions that we make. So I think that we should have a representative of public health in decisions regarding mobility, regarding parks, regarding public transit, and so on. So I think that that would be very useful. Second, I think that you have done a lot of really good actions on during the crisis, but I think that with small tweaks they could improve. For example, active TO was really good along Lakeshore. But most of the people were road cyclists, very few people walking, very few people running. But if in addition of Lakeshore West and East for road cyclists, you did Bloor and Danforth from the Humber River to the beaches, and then Young from Bloor to Lake Ontario, I think you could have 10 times more people of all ages and all abilities, walking, running, skating, shopping, chatting, and it would be really something fantastic and doable. I also think that you did Bloor, the protected bikeway, which is really nice, but I think that you need connectivity. If you don't have connectivity, it doesn't click, because people don't bike if now 30% of the ride is safe. So I think in 2021, we should be really, really bold. And for example, Mr. Mayor, you said that you wanted to mirror the public transit. So let's do Young from Bloor to the lake, something that a protected byway immediately. Also, I think that we should think like Hyde Park. I think it was really successful that Parks and Recreation closed the Saturdays and Sundays, all the streets on Hyde Park to cars. But now people with disabilities cannot use it, because then they cannot go on Saturdays and Sundays. And people that want to walk or bike on the streets cannot do it on the weekdays because there are cars. So a small tweak, if you just have the main loop 24/7, always the main loop, only for people walking, running, cycling, and all the other roads for cars, so that people with disabilities can go to all of the parking lots. So small things like that. And finally, the last point that I want to make is something that is costing every man, woman, and child in Toronto $600, and it's the move of the gardener. I think that we have a very, very small window to move to the decision, and you have a fantastic reason because of this crisis, this economic crisis. Instead of moving the gardener, going back to the idea of doing the boulevard with wide sidewalks and trees and protected bikeways is going to cost $1 billion less. And this is costing every man, woman, and child $600. What will we do with that money saved? Well, I think 4 things we can do. One is to do the network of protected bikeways. Something else, the University Park. Within 1 term, you could do all the University Park, and that would be kind of like a symbol of Toronto's resiliency and our public health people and everyone that has suffered so much. And University Park would be really transformative of a new Toronto. Third, the ravines. If we put $300 or $400 million into the ravine system, this is 17% of the area of our city. 17, and it goes everywhere. And 4, housing. So these are some of the things. So I thank you for the time, and I really think that if we, in everything, all of this is strongly related to public health and to equity. For example, one last comment on the active TO that I'm suggesting, Bloor, Danforth, and Young. That's as an anchor road. But in addition to those, there could be many small roads connecting as many low-income areas as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Penalosa. Appreciate your representation. Are there any members of the committee or members of council wishing to ask questions of Mr. Penalosa today? Okay, well, seeing none, we thank you so much for your deputation. I believe that brings us to the end of deputations for this item. And so we could move to questions of staff. Are there members of the committee or councillors wishing to ask questions of staff? Seeing none, we could move to, is that for a question, Deputy Mayor, or for a speaker?
A question.
Oh, please, go ahead then.
Thank you. I just, based on the discussions that we had not too long ago, just wondering if you could give us a little bit of an update on the downtown recovery strategy. I didn't see anything on that in this report, but I know that staff have been working on it.
So if I can, through Mr. Mayor, Cheryl Blackman is on the call, and she can give you an update on that.
Good morning, and through the chair, Deputy Mayor Bailao. Regarding the downtown strategy, the team in economic development and culture is very focused on looking at the advisory group's report, and in particular, we're looking at economic recovery, anti-racism and inclusion, workforce and talent, and arts and culture as a focal point of this discussion about recovery in the downtown area. We are definitely looking at the ways that we can support partners like the Toronto Region Board of Trade, and in particular, we were definitely focused on partnership development and safe reopenings at this particular time. We have also been working with the Scarborough Centre for their reopening pilot, and working with the Financial District Pilot Zone to support them in their safe reopening as well. So as we are moving forward at this particular time, we are looking at things that are going to create impact in the next 2 to 6 months, and have been trying to prioritize our efforts on small business and public engagement to build consumer confidence through our Show Love TO initiative, which will be rolled out when it's safe to do so.
Okay. Have you been talking with any of the major employers? I mean, if you've been in contact with the financial groups there, do we have any indication what they're thinking in terms of bringing back their workforce? Obviously, dependent on the vaccination. So once vaccination is completed, do we have any idea of what's in the plans? How long are they going to stagger that? Is it going to be a 1 year thing? Are they going to, what's the thought on that? Do we know?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor Bailao, we are definitely in conversations with the Financial District Pilot Zone. Their plans right now are based on a very lengthy rollout process that's aligned to the Toronto Public Health Guidelines. The marketing campaign would invite employers in the downtown core to encourage staff to return as it is safe to do so. It is a multi-pronged effort to ensure that downtown is repopulated and that we're building back better. And we are working on that in partnership, as well as working through our own marketing teams and in conversation with strategic communications to make sure there's alignment with the Financial District plan and the City of Toronto's plans.
Okay. On the culture side, so we've been doing quite a bit on with the music industry. I've been hearing from a lot of the theater companies and the dance companies in our city, many of them in my ward, they are losing spaces. So we are having a crisis in these sectors. Are we doing, taking any actions to have a more strategic approach? Because I'm concerned that in a year from now, when we can go to the theater, there's not much to see out there, and these companies are really struggling. And one of the issues is the space.
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor Bailao, we are definitely looking at space and the ways that we can optimize space for theaters and performing arts venues. We are looking at auditing what's available and how we can be more equitable in our approaches to sharing space. So these conversations are ongoing, Deputy Mayor, and we do anticipate that we will put together a plan in partnership with venue providers to make sure that space is equitably afforded to anybody who would like to be able to use it. We do understand that through the pandemic, there will be increasing opportunities to use space that may not have been previously available in the forms of things like empty storefronts, et cetera. And we will be partnering with community to ensure that these opportunities are advanced through our dialogues for recovery and rebuild.
Okay. I noticed in the report as well, there's still quite a bit of the redeployment of our staff happening. Energy office, transportation, a lot of departments. Is this impacting the delivery of some of our major initiatives? I mean, I know that it did in the past. What's our forecast? Can you shed some light, or is it? You're on mute, Chris.
Like I haven't heard that before. Through the chair, there's no question. I mean, as we're, bracing and having to deal with the third wave, I mean, we still have allocated a number of people to assist public health. So, is it affecting the speed at which we're able to kind of respond to council requests? Generally speaking, I would say yes. In terms of, anything that is of major significance that's been, effectively parked, I'm not aware of anything, and my SLT members will correct me if I'm wrong, but, it is a juggling act. I mean, there's just no two ways around it. We're hoping that if we can get on the other side of the vaccine and and we're able to see, better than 70% of our population vaccinated, we'll start to, get our head above water. But there is some effect. There's no question about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And one last question, very quick.
Okay, we'll let you squeeze in one more.
One more. Thank you. It's a very practical question. Last summer, we struggled quite a bit with parks and street cleaning, just because people are just so much out there. What are we doing to ensure that we don't run into these issues this year? Because parks are going to be well used. We all know. Do we have that in mind? What's the plan?
So best to answer that question is either Janie or Julie, who I know are on the call.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we have been preparing for what we know will be a very, very heavy use of parks this summer. And in preparation for that, we've actually brought our crews on earlier this year. So they're starting in a phased approach starting next week. So we have about 800 seasonals starting next week over a period of about 2 or 3 weeks. So that's one thing that we're doing. The other thing, just to keep in mind, the difference between this summer and last summer is in springtime in 2020, we were really at the beginning of the pandemic response, and for the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season, we had all of our staff home. So we actually got a very, very late start to the summer, and then spent an enormous amount of time trying to make the parks as safe as possible for public use and doing things, like securing assets that were closed and putting up signs and doing a whole bunch of other things. So this year we have a better start, and we also have a better opportunity to have our park staff doing parks work, which will be maintaining, cleaning, and doing all the other things that the public have come to expect. So we are getting a better start this year, and have additional resources in the field to keep up, and we'll monitor it as we go. And if there are any issues, we'll adjust the service levels, as we need to, in consultation with Juliana and Chris and others.
Thank you, Janie, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I should just say, I know it's questions of staff, but Ms. Blackman gave a very excellent answer. We are involved. I'm the co-chair with the Board of Trade, the ULI, and also the Downtown Financial District, BIA, in this recovery planning effort, and they have been making extensive contact with major employers. In fact, major employers are part of the roundtable that meets I think it's every 2 weeks, but we've been meeting together and listening to them, and their plans to return to the downtown vary. The Bank of Commerce, for example, is moving to a new building, so they're going to be a bit later into 2022. Others have plans later this year, but it very much is going to be dependent, as Ms. Blackman said, on both the undertakings that have to be done to put systems in place in buildings, which is well underway. Also, the restoration of confidence in a whole bunch of things, including the buildings themselves, the transit system, and so on, because the confidence has been shaken a bit. So they're all working very hard on that. And if there's any further information that I can provide, and ECDEV is very involved in that process as well. So. And on the subject of money for the arts, we've been advocating for money, sort of recovery money, as it were, to recover from some of this. There's been some success with that, but not as much as it needs to in terms of the filtering down to some of those smaller organizations you asked about. Okay, other questions of staff from Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess under the federal Safe Return to Class Fund, Ontario was getting about $760 million, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, my understanding is that flows down to school boards. I'm just wondering whether that is correct. And it's to fund asymptomatic testing, masking, screening of secondary students and staff, and other safety measures. Now, what's coming across my desk is the independent schools are not eligible for any of these safety measures. Do you have a handle on the flow of funding from the federal government for those programs, and whether the independent schools are excluded from funding for those safety measures?
So I'll start through the chair. I'm unaware of whether or not the funding is direct to the school boards or any of the private schools. So unless Sandra or someone else knows better, then I can't really answer that question.
Okay, so maybe it's something we can follow up at council with?
Yeah, we can do that.
Because the complaints I'm getting is that they're not sharing the safety measures with the independent schools. The other question is sort of back to the parks issue, and I guess we know a lot more now than we did a year ago, where we want people outside in our parks, in our public spaces, not congregating in lobbies and hallways and crowded spots. Are we going to handle let's say, the human use or the traffic in parks a little differently this year? Are we going to open up the equipment, go easier on the enforcement, and encourage people to get into their local parks where it is safer? And maybe that's a Janie Romoff question.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor. It's a great question. We are, as many know, we actually, we don't have any closed amenities right now in our parks. We actually kept many open through the winter to try and encourage people to be outside as much as possible. We had probably the largest use of our tennis courts this winter than ever before, and that was deliberate in our approach in keeping all the nets up and trying to keep snow off of them and the rest of it. And we also had the highest participation in our outdoor skating program that we've ever had before. So we have tried to keep things open as much as possible. We have planned, and there were funds made available in the budget this year for what we know will likely be an increased requirement around supervision and enforcement in many of our parks that are what we consider to be the busiest parks, especially in the evening and on weekends. So we've accommodated that way to try and help to support that. We've actually also increased the hours of supervision in our beach lifeguard program as well, knowing how busy the beaches were last summer. So those are some of the things that we're doing to try and adapt and support the increased use as much as possible. Last summer, as you likely know, we also brought many of our summer recreation programs out into parks because the outdoor element was a very safe participation piece, and we're certainly considering that again this summer when the regulations allow us to offer those types of programs. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor. And we also remain open to stakeholder comments, suggestions, and input from councillors as we move forward, because we know this is an iterative process, and it's a very different sort of summer and experience that we have in many years past.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I'll just get the screen back here and see if there's anybody else with any questions of staff on this matter. If not, we can move to speakers. I don't see anybody wanting to ask questions, so we can move to speakers. Are there those wishing to speak on this matter? Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to commend the city manager on this report. It addresses a number of issues and concerns, but also speaks in collaboration to a lot of work that's actually being done. And Mr. Mayor, you've spoken a little bit about the work that you're doing as part of the team that's co-chairing the financial district pilot zone, along with the work that's actually being done with respect to the Pearson Employment Area Zone, co-chaired by the Mayor of Mississauga, Bonnie Crombie, and the work that's actually being done in Scarborough Centre, co-chaired by myself. And of course, central to all of this is Jan De Silva and the CEO of the Toronto Regional Board of Trade. The question that's been asked by Councillor Bailão, a number of the questions, all of these things are being taken into consideration, and as been stated, it's important in terms of ensuring that we have confidence in terms of the process of returning back to work and sustaining that return and safe reopening and so on. The city manager has been very clear with respect to, and Ms. Blackman, and thank her for her comments, because it really speaks to the work that's actually being done in collaboration with business. And we are actually working and meeting. In fact, yesterday we had a meeting with the Scarborough Centre group, and we are meeting with the big and small businesses, as well as the other Scarborough NGOs and so on, talking about how we will go through this recovery process, looking at all the types of testing that has to be done, but most importantly, working on a playbook that will be centeredly focused on how we recovery and the many different elements associated with that. So a lot of that work is actually being done. And of course, it is constrained by the variants and the varying strains that we are learning about, and this idea of moving into a third phase of the pandemic. And so the opportunities for helping small businesses, for example, in terms of marketing and so on, we have a plan with respect to the economic development led by Ms. Blackman and her team. There is a lot of things that we are ready to roll out when it's safe to do so. And of course, the consideration with respect to the cultural sector, they are obviously part of the equation with respect to a safe recovery and a fluid process in terms of which this recovery will take place. So we are looking at solving many of the challenges, and we look at what the goals and objectives are, certainly what the problem is that we're trying to solve. And we have established a number of guiding principles in which we're operating under. And again, this is actually work that's being done with the community in general and at large. And much of the work as part of the playbook that's centered on the update that the city manager is offering us will, of course, be emulated by others, because in as much as they're doing a lot of work center and thematically to what we're doing, where we are obviously working with the public health. Of course, there's no way that we can proceed with this recovery process without having public health as central to the input in the decisions that we made. And many of the things that we talk about involves obviously timelines and the deployment, but of course those are restricted with respect to the ongoing changes with respect to the pandemic. And so we are getting prepared for this recovery, and there are aspects of it which will happen sooner. And of course there's businesses are open now to the levels that they're allowed to and so on. And in fact, ensuring that that's done safely, I think that's top of mind for many. And I think this report by the city manager provides us with a greater understanding in terms of what the city's goals and objectives are. And so I just wanted to state that, Mr. Mayor, as you have already stated, some element in terms of what's happening with respect to the financial district, and also to thank you for your leadership. And finally, Mr. City Manager Murray, thank you for your leadership. And then Ms. Blackman, thank you for your leadership with respect to EDC. Those are the comments I wanted to add to the conversation that's taking place here, Mr. Mayor, with respect to our COVID recovery and rebuild update. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there any other members of the committee wishing to speak? Okay, well, I will just say in preparing to call the question that the staff, led by the City Manager, have done a great job, both in terms of everything that's being done on the pandemic management generally, but also with respect to trying to move forward with a number of the different things that have been discussed by the deputants and indeed by the members of council. And I think today's discussion has been useful in terms of continuing to focus us on helping those who need help, trying to coordinate some of our advocacy and some other things that were brought out in some of the questions from people like Deputy Mayor Bilo. And I will commend not only the city staff who are doing a great job, but also the Board of Trade and the ULI and the Downtown Financial District BIA, who are doing a great job as well at pulling together a lot of the relevant stakeholders and making sure that we have a plan for that part of the city. But it's only one part, but it's an important part nonetheless, and that work is ongoing, as is the work inside the city administration with respect to things like show love and artworks and so on, which I think will form an important component of getting the city smiling and back on its feet, when the time comes. And of course, all we need now is what I've been pushing for in each of these cases is a plan that has day 1, day 10, day 20, day 40 in it, without dates, because we just don't know when these things are going to become applicable, dependent on health circumstances, but that we have a plan ready to go. And I'm confident that's exactly what's going on here. And of course, the council has provided for regular reports to come from the city manager and others in that regard. And so I thank them very much for their efforts. I have a motion, and I'm sorry I didn't move it at the beginning of my remarks. I apologize. Just because I think it'll be useful for the council, the city council, which meets, of course, in a week or so from now, to have available to it a summary as of that moment as to the funding that has in fact been received, because I think we've actually been more successful than some would acknowledge at getting financial assistance, and they've been very, very supportive of us. The other governments have, both of them, and I'd like to see that outlined, if I could, in a report from the city manager, so that all members of council could share in what has been an evolving good news story, evolving in the sense that it started at a huge unmet shortfall that we had as a city because of the pandemic, and has now diminished to a much smaller number that still has a bit of work to be left to be done, especially in areas like supportive housing, but nonetheless we've made huge and very substantial progress. So has that motion been up as yet, or if people could just have a peek at it here, and it just asks, I'll read it short. The Executive Committee direct the City Manager and Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to report directly to the April 7 and 8, 2021 meeting of City Council, outlining the funds received from the federal and provincial governments in response to the city's budget shortfall due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And that is the end of my remarks. Are there any questions of me as mover of that motion? Okay, well, if there are none, then I think we're ready to call the question first on the motion that I put to ask for the report on the monies received so far from the federal and provincial governments. And if there's no other comment, I'll ask for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Next, we had item 22.2, the update on targeted COVID-19 equity measures and community mobilization for immunization, which was held down by Deputy Mayor Bilo, who had some questions. But we'll ask first if there are members visiting from outside of the committee who have any questions of staff. I see Councillor Cressy there. Questions of staff, Councillor Cressy? No? Okay. Then we could move to questions of staff now. Deputy Mayor Bilo is momentarily not in front of me on the screen, but maybe she's just got it turned off for a minute. Because she was the one that held it down with some questions, I believe. There she is. No, she's not.
Yep.
Oh, you are. Okay, I just don't see you, but I hear you.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I don't know. It just went off on me. I am here. I was wondering what you were saying and didn't realize it.
There you are. No, you're back now. You're back. Okay, so we held this down for you, Deputy Mayor, and you may have some questions of staff.
Yes, I do. The first thing is about the website, and I don't know, Denise, if this is for you. I just wanted to understand the the systems that we have. We were under the impression that we're going to have one booking system for vaccination, and now all of a sudden there's all kinds of different vaccination systems. So is this because the province couldn't have everybody under one umbrella? How did this happen?
So I don't think it's Julie. I don't think Denise is going to be able to answer that.
So we don't have anybody here from public health?
So, sorry, Mr. Chair, it's Eileen Davila here. I can speak to that.
Thank you, Doctor.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, you know, there was meant to be, and the original thought, I believe, from the province was for a singular system. But over time, it became clear that the timing was such that other jurisdictions and many other partners in the system realized that they would benefit from having their own booking system. So you have seen a proliferation of different booking systems.
And we're not going back to try to have one system? No?
So through the chair, I think there have been a number. I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
I was saying that boat has sailed. Now is everybody doing their own thing?
Well, through the chair, you know, I think there is certainly some effort to bring some parties increasingly onto the provincial system, but it is very much left with those individual parties. I do believe that there are a number of places that are finding good benefit from continuing to use their existing system. And I'm sure you can appreciate that some of them will be reluctant to then onboard to the provincial system as a result.
Okay. Now I think these questions are to Denise, and I was asking this because obviously it's much easier when you have one place where you can send everybody to register. Denise, how are we choosing, understanding where these 280 ambassadors are?
So through the chair, I'm going to ask my colleague Ainania Iodeli Grant to join, as she's been leading on the details. Ainania? Please unmute yourself, Ainania.
Oh my God, I have so many questions. Mr. Mayor, I hope you give me a few seconds.
I've got you on hold. I'll give you the extra time, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
So Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I'm here. I'm here. Deputy Mayor, those 280 ambassadors across the city are actually per neighborhood. There are 140 neighborhoods that we're looking at right across the city of Toronto.
So it's per neighborhood, okay. And are you getting at different languages that need to be targeted, different ethnic communities? Have you contacted the local councillors to, I mean, if it's neighborhoods, probably local councillors have quite a bit of information about all of these things that I just mentioned. Have they been contacted and involved in this process?
So the process at this point is we have put a grant call out for agencies. So the agencies, we are going to be partnering with agencies to carry out this this plan. And indeed, once we are ready, which we are looking at the mid-April, we will be making sure that all councillors are involved and aware as we work through our clusters.
Okay, so, and how are we making sure that, you know, the largest ethnic communities, the, 10, 15 languages spoken in Toronto are covered by this?
So through the chair, in our grant call, we are targeting, we're taking a targeted approach. So we're making sure all the agencies who will come together in what we're calling consortiums. So there will be key agencies that are anchor agencies who are then partnering with smaller agencies and grassroots groups. Those groups must have had demonstrated experience with different ethnic groups, different populations, different communities. So we're making sure that everybody is touched. We're working with Stratcom in terms of languages. Last count, we were looking at about 30 different languages that we're making sure that our communication is in.
So in terms of Stratcom, have we ever had a briefing, for example, for ethnic media?
For ethnic media?
Yeah.
I I don't know if Brad or Beth is on. I know that we've been working with several ethnic media and several community news groups, but I cannot answer that specifically, but I will get the answer.
And
Deputy Mayor, so if there hasn't been a recent briefing on the overall rollout plan with ethnic media, we can ensure that that happens.
okay. And is there a plan to purchase to target media? Like, do we have these? Are these ambassadors going to be required to also through the media have this message out there to these ethnic communities? Like, who's getting into these local radio shows to speak about these issues? I thought that was going to be the ambassadors, but I'm not hearing that because those are agencies. So how are we getting the community leaders of those communities to go out there and to speak to the communities?
So Denise, you want me to say it? So the ambassadors are working through the agencies, and they will be trained. They will be trained through us so that we have a common message, that everyone is working with the same messaging. So ambassadors work through agencies. Agencies are working with us, and that's how the message will get out there. And in terms of ethnic groups and ethnic media, we're going to make sure that our ambassadors are able to respond to these media groups as well as ourselves.
I'll let you have one more, Deputy Mayor, because you did have some time out for technical issues. So go ahead. Last question.
It's okay, Mayor. It's okay. Thank you.
You all set?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to staff for that. Let me just get back to the main screen here and see. Okay, we have a couple of people wanting to ask some questions. Councillor Ainsley and then Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, through Mayor Tory. To Dr. Davila, I think if Dr. Davila is still online.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Davila. I wanted to ask you a bit about the COVID vaccination for people over 80, and I know that there's a big push on to look for people that are over 80 that haven't been vaccinated yet. And I was just wondering what we were doing for outreach. I did read in the news, I think it was Massachusetts, they instituted a program for people over 80 that if you knew somebody over 80 that needed to be vaccinated, you could bring them to a vaccination center and you would get a vaccination as well, regardless of what your age was. And I was wondering what we were doing for outreach, because I read about that. And then the second part, I guess, is in the last week, I've been in a drugstore for one reason or another, but I've overheard seniors saying they don't have access to a computer when they've been told to, go to a computer to register to get their vaccine. So just wondering how we're handling that scenario.
So through the chair, with respect to, increasing interest and promoting vaccine, particularly to those over 80, we're using a number of different strategies. Clearly, there are the broader communications use of the media and that sort of thing. And we know that our provincial counterparts are engaging in some of that. We put out messages to our network of physicians. We have a number of different methodologies that we use to connect with physicians, and we know that physicians are influential with respect to their patients, some of whom at least would be within that 80+ age range. And as well, because our vaccination partners include hospitals and Ontario health teams, they have very direct connections with many members of that particular age group, and are using those connections to reach out and ensure that there are that they're aware of the many opportunities and channels by which to access vaccine. I do think it's important. The very point that you raised was exactly one that we've actually discussed, both within Toronto Public Health and within, amongst the staff members of the Immunization Task Force. So we haven't stopped coming up with new ideas. the last proportion of any age group is always the toughest one to get. And so we recognize that we may have to use different methods and different incentives to get to those different populations. You talked a little bit about as well, the second part of your question had to do with access to online booking or lack of access to computers. When it comes certainly to booking within our mass immunization clinics, part of the provincial booking offering includes a telephone service. So we are promoting that service. So people for whom online booking is not an option or for whom it's a challenge, there is a telephone service as well available. And of course, pharmacies have access to, there are methods and channels. It's not strictly online. I think there are many methods within the different pharmacies who are participating as part of the pharmacy vaccination process to book outside of computer or online based methods, as would be the case for many of our hospital partners as well.
Okay, and then my next question also to Dr. Davila. I guess it has to do with essential workers and how they're being vaccinated. And I'm going to use my ward as an example. I have some areas that are very high income, and then I have 5 neighborhood improvement areas where a lot of the essential workers are living. They have part-time jobs in grocery stores and retail outlets. And I'm wondering, do we, when it comes to vaccine supply, do we have a designated amount that we reserve for high needs area or essential workers or areas that, you know, are designated neighborhood improvement areas?
So through the chair, there are a number of different methods in which essential workers may be captured under the provincial prioritization framework. I'll make this relatively brief. There is a specific subcategory. So everything is being done under the provincial prioritization framework. Under the phase 2 component of the provincial prioritization framework, there is a component that specifically addresses workers who are unable to perform their work from home. Those who have to actually do their work in person, of which essential workers would be a key component. It is subdivided into 2 different categories, and I'm very happy. These are publicly available documents on the Ministry of Health website, and it does articulate that essential workers are covered as part of phase 2, and according to the provincial documentation, this is something that is being envisioned in May when I look at the current documentation that was released last week. That being said, there are also within the earlier portion of phase 2, which is meant to start in April, there is a component of vaccines that's meant to be directed towards hotspot communities. And the City of Toronto, being a place where there has been a great deal of COVID-19 activity over the course of the entire pandemic, Toronto is deemed as a hotspot community, and there will be specific allowance for those populations to be addressed earlier as part of that. So the focus is on the higher activity neighborhoods where there has been more impact of COVID-19, and particularly with starting with older adults first, but with a progression down through ages in order to address need within those communities.
That was your final question.
Mayor Tory, I have one question.
Okay, make it a quick one, please. 6:23 already. So.
Yeah, and sorry, Dr. Davila, I had a bit of a frustrating week. There was an email blast that went out on social media. It talked about creating a waiting list for hospitals that were in, or vaccination sites in East Toronto. And as we're here in one big happy city in my wards in Scarborough, when that went out, many of my residents were contacting me because they thought they lived in East Toronto and wanted to know how to get on that waiting list. And I know it's more of a provincial matter, but I know you do sit at a table with the hospitals, and I'm just wondering how that could have been done when we just opened a vaccination center in the Malvern Community Center, and we seem to, you know, there's a need in Eastern Scarborough, and then my residents were like, so how does a waiting list get created as well?
So through the chair, a little challenging for me to speak to another agency's motivations and interests. I will say that this is, it was a list that was put up by one of our healthcare partners. I'm not sure that that list is still up. It was taken down relatively quickly, as I understand it. But there are different forums that our various vaccination partners are using in order to create pre-registration lists and to understand who is interested, who has yet to be booked into clinics, and how best they might actually stratify those particular populations of interest and their resources. So I think that as we're undertaking this largest vaccination campaign in the history of the city and in the country, there's a lot of learning, I would say, that is going on right now. Lots of different practices being tried, some to better effect than others. We are trying to stay as coordinated and in strong communications with other healthcare partners who are vaccinating. I do think that there are sometimes where the communication doesn't work perfectly, but I can assure you, Councillor, we are constantly working with our healthcare partners, our vaccination partners, to improve communication so you don't get inconsistency or a feeling that that different parts of the city are getting access to different things that don't line up with need. We're really trying to focus on what the data tell us and where the needs are to try to provide a very equitable approach given the significance of this issue. But it is a big undertaking and one where there's constant learning.
Okay, thank you, Dr. DeVille. I really appreciate it and all the work of your team. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Pasternak. And then, Councillor Peruzza, okay, yeah, you missed the time for, and we're trying to move the meeting along here, but you missed the time for people who are not on the committee. We'll let you go next then. Go ahead.
My question is, I guess, to Dr. Davila. I'm trying to understand what this would mean, for example, for the northwest part of the city of Toronto. As you know, when you go through the list, for example, of the pharmacies that have been retained for vaccination in this part of the city, that list is very thin. It's very light in relation to everyone else. And I know that Carmen Estefano's center is going to come online in short order. But what will, if this money materializes and if the commitments from the provincial and federal governments materialize, what will it mean for us?
So through the chair, Councillor, I would agree with you that the pharmacy program is underrepresented for sure in the northwest part of the city. Those were arrangements that were made directly between the province and pharmacy partners in the first instance. Once we saw that there was an underrepresentation of participating pharmacies in that part of the city and in others, we actually took our data and made sure that we provided our provincial counterparts with a list of those areas that would benefit from increased pharmacy channels. We also, as they as the province, I should say, embarked on primary care vaccine channels, we made sure that areas of the city that would really benefit from having increased access to vaccine through primary care channels, those that were disproportionately affected by COVID-19, were put at the top of the list. And I'm happy to say that that was actually taken up because we were involved and engaged as part of the discussions to identify those primary care practices to start off that particular initiative. So we are continuing to work with our provincial counterparts, with our healthcare vaccine partners, again, with all those community engagement efforts that are being undertaken by my colleagues to great effect at SDFA. I think we're working with all these different partners to try to ensure as equitable access as we can to information and to vaccine across the city.
So I'm assuming by looking at this report that the Black Creek Community Health Clinic, for example, will be a venue, hopefully, because it's listed here in the report, will be a venue where people can go and get vaccinated at some point, I'm assuming. I guess the spin-off question to that is the plan here, for example, or am I just dreaming in Technicolor, that there would be, for example, there would be like these mobile, like we did the mobile testing, for example, that there would be vaccination sites set up in some of our community centers, that there would be a vaccination site set up at Jane Finch Mall, that kind of thing. Is that what this is that what I'm sort of understanding by this, that as we move forward and as we try to reach more and more people, and especially vulnerable people that are hard to reach, is that what this plan is going to look like, or no? Or is that wishful thinking on my part?
So through the chair, Councillor, I would say that all of those are possibilities. It's a question of, what do the data tell us? What do we understand are the needs of our population, and how best do we meet those? I think we're trying to be quite flexible here in terms of deploying the resources in a way that is most likely to deliver on the results that we're interested in seeing, which is widespread uptake of vaccine, particularly amongst those areas of the city and those populations that have been hardest hit. So all of those are potential opportunities. We are not closing the door to different opportunities. It's just a question of making sure that the resources we have are deployed in as effective and efficient a way as is possible.
So when will we have a clearer picture of what this looks like?
So through the chair, Councillor, I think it's going to be a constantly evolving picture. As you can appreciate, that we have, for example, I'm just going to give you one example. We have a particular product that's licensed for use here in Canada, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. It is a single-dose vaccine, and it is refrigerator stable. You can well imagine that if we have access to a vaccine like that, we have far greater opportunities relative to the existing vaccine supply, which requires more specialized cold storage requirements and is a little more delicate in terms of movement. So when we actually have knowledge of the potential for other more flexible vaccines, more movable vaccines to be used, we can really start to change our plan. And so our plan is constantly in development, depending on what products become available and in what amount. That's just one example of the kind of change we have to do on the fly in order to be responsive with the resources we have.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza, and thank you, Dr. Davila. And that would bring us then back to Councillor Pasternak, who is next with questions of staff.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I think it would be Dr. Davila. Thank you so much for joining us at Executive. I'm sort of going through the report here, and when I look at barriers to various equity groups not getting the vaccine, there is the historical hesitancy, but there's also what we call the trust factor. And family doctors are normally people that that people trust. They've known over many years. Usually they're multi linguistic. They can speak several languages. They understand their local community. Yet I don't see, and correct me if I'm wrong, I really don't see a push to get family doctors into the immunization strategy the same way we've got pharmacies. And I'm wondering whether there's anything coming where we can get family physicians in various communities or neighborhoods where there's hesitancy to deliver vaccine.
So through the chair, I think that it's my understanding that our provincial counterparts are working with primary care and family doctors in particular. There are some practices in a limited number of communities around the province, one of which is Toronto, where there are primary care providers, family physicians actually participating in the vaccination efforts. Those I guess we can call them pilots, or those initial practices that are engaged in this are providing information. Those are being evaluated to then determine how best to expand the efforts to a broader number of practices, whether it's within Toronto or in communities elsewhere around the province. So that's my understanding of what's happening right now. But certainly we are trying to work with our family medicine colleagues to ensure that they are actively engaged in supporting vaccination efforts if not by participating in those early pilots, by actually communicating with their patients around the specific benefits and encouraging their patients to partake of vaccine clinics that are currently operating.
Now, when it comes to newcomers, now I've seen the clipboard that they hand out. You fill out a page and a half of various questions. Many come from countries where data collected was used for nefarious purposes. Is there anything we can do to ensure or give the confidence that those documents are strictly confidential and will not be shared with anybody else, and sort of overcome that barrier as well? We're sharing data from certainly former East Bloc countries and some of countries that have had military dictatorships. We need to assure them that filling out that clipboard will not be used by third parties.
So if I may, through the chair, certainly, Councillor Pasternak, that is one of the key issues that we are hearing among newcomer communities, including newcomer residents who are undocumented. So one of the key strategies that we're using throughout the entire approach is about partnering with trusted community agencies within each of our priority communities to walk through the process, provide information, and work and making sure that the barriers that they're facing, we understand them, and to the best of our ability, working through public health and with the province, that we are eliminating as many of those barriers as possible. So certainly this is part of the work of the community ambassadors that Ainania spoke about earlier as well. So going back to trusted community sources to ensure that residents have as much facts, as much evidence to make decisions, and then that we're working with them to eliminate the barriers that they're facing in order to get vaccinated once they've made the decision.
Final question, Councillor.
I'll squeeze in one more question if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Mobile vaccine units. I went on a pilot program accompanying North York General Hospital up at 6250 Bathurst. Seemed to go fairly well. We were taking the vaccine to those who could not get out, rather than urging people to come to the vaccine centers. Where are we at with these mobile units? And I realize that they are not easy to do mass vaccinations with a mobile unit, but they are becoming increasingly crucial. And I'm just wondering where we're at with the planning and rollout with those, where we can take vaccines to people's homes.
So through the chair, this is one of those strategies that's constantly in evolution and development. Very briefly, we're working with a number of community partners, our hospital and Ontario Health Team partners. A number of them are focusing more and more of their efforts on these efforts, recognizing though that they are a little more time-consuming to do. But in certain areas, particularly in hotspot areas of the city, there are some advantages to having that blend of both fixed, mass immunization clinics combined with some mobile efforts or pop-up clinics, depending on which community we're looking at. So this is part of that ongoing work that we're doing with our health sector partners to try and use the resources that we have collectively to the greatest effect, really looking at trying to get vaccine levels up, particularly in hotspot or hard-hit neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pasternak and Dr. Davila. Are there questions? I'll just see the screen back of all the councillors again and the members. There we go. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong and Deputy Mayor Thompson. So Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong first, and then Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my areas where I have a high number of seniors, they just were told that they were supposed to get vaccinated up in the Concord, Winford area, and they were told that their vaccination mobile visit was canceled. So I have two questions. The vaccines, how are we doing with vaccines? Like if there's something scheduled, there was an expectation and an anticipation and an enthusiasm to getting vaccinated, and now they're kind of told that, you know, you're out of luck, and so they're wondering what's going on. Are you going someplace else? There's seniors, which you've just identified as being the number one priority. So I'm curious if you can comment on that.
So through the chair, Deputy Mayor, that is a situation that has come to my attention. It's my understanding that there was advice offered in respect of another building, and it may have been applied to this building perhaps inappropriately. We're following up with that team in the community that you're speaking of to see what can be done.
Okay.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I believe you're on mute.
Cryptic, there was advice given. Is that a conversation that we have to have offline? I don't understand what you're saying.
So through the chair, very briefly, there was conversation that was had between our team and the that particular Ontario Health team that was offering the clinic about another location and another vaccination effort. It appears to have been, expanded to this to another situation which it was not meant to be expanded to. And that was why you had the cancellation of that clinic. I'm happy to take this offline with you, Deputy Mayor, but suffice it to say that we are in conversation with those partners at North York, trying to make sure that there is a clear understanding as to, what the opportunities are and where the vaccination efforts should be placed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can get a full explanation today, they're pretty upset up in that part of my ward.
No, I appreciate that, Deputy Mayor. I'd be very happy to connect with you offline.
Thank you both. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Dr. Davila. Dr. Davila, first of all, thank you for your outstanding work and your leadership in these very difficult times. And I asked this question as a result of conversations that I've had with the SHN, the Scarborough Health Network. In fact, we're on a call on Friday. My first question to you, what are the, let's say, top 5 hotspots in the city of Toronto with respect to areas that are hardest hit?
So through the chair, I would say that when you look over the course of the pandemic, I don't know that I can bring it down to a simple 3 or 5. And there are many different ways to slice and dice the information. But I would suggest to you that certainly we know that the northwest component of the city and the east and northeast parts of the city have certainly seen, high rates of disease throughout the course of the pandemic. I would encourage people to take a look at our dashboard, the toronto.ca/COVID-19. You can actually track over the course of the entire pandemic that which has happened across the city.
Thank you. So the doctors there and the practitioners there have indicated to me and to others that, particularly as you talk about the Northeast and the Scarborough area has been it's one of the areas that they've identified as being hardest hit. My question for you, as we talk about this notion of, equity, there's a concern that, and I know you've responded to Councillor Ainsley's questions to this issue somewhat. There's a concern that equity is not being realized in the Northeast section of the city, specifically Scarborough. The practitioners there tell me that they are one of the hardest hit areas. And it seems when you look at, for example, I'm looking at the vaccine delivery, sort of looking at from the March 29th on to April, what the numbers seems to suggest in areas that are not as hard hit, that the the amount of vaccines that are being delivered seem to be equal, not equitable. And I'm just wondering, recognizing it's a very tough situation, how do you explain that what is being suggested to me as being inequitable distribution as opposed to an equitable distribution? I'm just wondering if you could explain that, because that's the view.
Sure. So through the chair, there is the the health sector vaccine leadership table where many of these things are discussed. And one of the subtables of that group that's been convened of the various vaccination partners is a distribution and logistics table. And that's where much of this gets discussed. I admit I am not involved in the granular details of the discussions at that table, but my understanding is that that's certainly one place where some of the allocation conversation happens. I think part, though, of the challenge has been, the storage requirements and making sure that each location actually has adequate space to store the vaccine that's being moved around. I would also say that just because vaccine is being held or ostensibly looks like it's being distributed to a particular hospital or vaccination partner doesn't mean that it's necessarily being used for the catchment area or the traditional catchment area of that particular hospital or vaccination partner. In fact, what we have done is, as a result of the health sector leadership table's work, we are moving resources around. So in fact, we've seen downtown hospitals and downtown health providers actually providing vaccine clinics and as well testing in other neighborhoods throughout the city, particularly where the need is greatest. So while the distribution charts may give a certain picture, it certainly doesn't give the full picture around what's happening.
Thank you very much for the explanation. I appreciate that, Dr. Davila. My next question is around the report speaks to the fact that in terms of looking at reduction of vaccine hesitancy, there's been between a 16 to 25% with respect to Black Torontonians. I'm just wondering, how do you derive that number? And maybe, Dr. Davila, that maybe not be for you, but maybe for Ms. Campbell and team. I know that you are doing that work. How do you arrive at this this percentage factor? It's a long range between 16 and 25.
So if I may start and then turn to my colleague. So that number is speaking very specifically to pre and post test screening based of the town halls that the Black Scientist Task Force on Vaccine Equity has done. So thanks to our special advisor, Dr. Kwatu Kente, we created a Black Scientist Task Force in December through January, and that group has been doing a series of town halls with the broader Black public, as well as more recently with community, with city staff and community-based agencies. At every town hall, we do a pre-test to understand the level of vaccine hesitancy and confidence. And then we do a post-test to see how people have responded, whether the work of the task force has changed people's minds about getting vaccine and building and building a certain amount of confidence. So what we found is that on average, between 16% to 25% of those who are undecided coming out of the task force sessions have built their confidence level in the vaccine and are interested in now getting vaccinated. This is a model that has gotten a lot of interest, and we are working with community partners in other communities to use to support building confidence in taking the vaccine.
That was final question there, Deputy Mayor, and thank you so much. Can I just have the screen back, and we'll see who else there may be to ask any questions? I don't see any other hands, so I think that would be bring us to the end of questions of staff. And so we could then move to speakers. I don't have any at the moment listed. Councillor Cressy, I see first and foremost, so there you go. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the Executive Committee, for indulging me for a few minutes here. The report in front of us on the equity measures and the immunization campaign, in many ways, it speaks to the most important part of the city's response, that being to ensure that we're protecting and taking care and supporting the most vulnerable. I've started to talk about COVID and our experience with it in many ways as a mirror. That what COVID has done in this pandemic is held up a mirror that has reflected back for all of us to see many pre-existing challenges that have been exposed and exacerbated. And, COVID didn't create issues around overcrowded housing. COVID didn't create the level of precarious employment and access to benefits. COVID didn't create the issue of inadequate access to health services in some communities. So COVID didn't create any of that, but it did expose it, and it has exacerbated it, and we know that in the data. Certain neighborhoods in our city have been harder hit than others. 50% of cases in our city have been people on lower incomes. 79% of COVID cases of our city are racialized Torontonians. And so in the face of this reality, what our city staff and what our City of Toronto has done, and I think proudly so, is implement the most comprehensive equity action plan in response to COVID of any jurisdiction, arguably in North America. That slogan, that tagline that we have all championed for more than a year now, all in this together. It's more than a tagline. It's more than a soundbite. In the City of Toronto, we backed it up with action. And so the report from Social Development and Finance Administration and Toronto Public Health here, it speaks to those targeted equity measures in response to COVID that have been rolled out. The mental health supports, the food security supports, the housing supports, the on-the-ground measures that all of you as councillors have seen in your neighborhoods, where pop-up testing sites have been rolled out in community centres, where library branches have been turned into food depots, where community agencies have been supported, resourced, and empowered to go door to door, to identify people that are hesitant to testing and now to identify people that are hesitant to vaccinations. Has the work been perfect? Of course not. We're tackling a pandemic in the midst of deep inequities. But I think we should be very proud that as a city, putting equity at the heart of this work and backing it up with action and measures and resourcing community has been undertaken. And so then how do we pivot all the lessons we've learned from this equity action plan in response to the COVID pandemic into the immunization campaign? Because this immunization campaign, this is how we get our city back. This is how we beat the pandemic. But when you think about this immunization campaign, the first step is to develop a safe vaccine. Well, we have safe vaccines. The second step is to open accessible clinics in every corner of this city. They are coming. But the third step, and the most important step, is to ensure that every resident in every corner of our city can access that vaccine, that we reduce the barriers to access. It's interesting, as politicians, we often think of ourselves as experts in some areas, but we're not often the experts. But when it comes to engaging neighborhoods, contacting residents, and getting information to them and helping them to get to a place, well, that's something we do every 4 years. And that's the model that's being built here, is an immunization campaign with 140 community agencies on the ground, trusted local agencies in every neighborhood going door to door. Vaccine ambassadors, neighborhood ambassadors, 280 of them to promote vaccines in their neighborhoods. Toronto Public Library calling 35,000 members over the age of 70, Wheel-Trans contacting their customers, all 26,000. TCHC facilitating access to mobile clinics in their buildings, more than 30 already done in seniors' buildings. And so this is the hard work. This is the work that we have been building towards as a city, and I would argue through our equity action plan, refining for the big test in front of us is this immunization campaign. Because we will succeed when we engage every resident in every neighborhood, in every language, and with every tool possible to help get them to a clinic, and where they can't, to bring a clinic to them. I'm deeply proud of our City of Toronto staff across the board because they put equity at the heart of this work, and I want to thank them for their hard work. But we have more to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. So back to the full screen here, and who else would like to speak on this matter? Councillor Deputy Mayor, okay, I'm sorry. Councillor Fruitzer, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just didn't want to miss my my turn. I was so engaged in listening to the debate. I too want to just kind of add my accolades to our medical officer, Dr. Davila, to you, Mayor, to Councillor Cressy, to the people in public health, which really have been putting this issue before everybody. But I can't help but feel that if it weren't for you collectively, you know, we in some parts of the city would be abandoned, and there's a sense of abandonment. You know, we have our share of pharmacies, certainly more than our share of pharmacies, but when you look at the list of pharmacies that have been you know, contracted to work on the vaccination rollout, we're one of the thinnest parts of the city. We've been impacted by COVID. You know, Councillor Cressy went through all the sort of socioeconomic conditions that COVID loves and is wedded to. But you know, when you look at how vaccines, for example, were allocated across the province and across the country, and sort of the per capita, you know, allocations, it's kind of like, you know, people going out and using a strategy like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to fight COVID here by basically, you know, treating it like a wildfire. But we're not going to douse the fire. What we're going to go do is douse the bushes on the edges, make sure that they don't get burned, right? And that the fire doesn't expand there. I mean, the strategy is just kind of like, you know, been somewhat backwards. I mean, I would think that, you know, the way you put out a fire is you get to the fire. You know, you deal with, you go and you apply your, you know, your resources there. I understand the issues that we have had in, you know, in getting a vaccine and in getting it out. But what I would like to say is that some of these neighborhoods, people are very difficult to reach. We saw it and we're seeing it with the pop-up testing. It's very difficult to get information out to people. For people to know where these places are, so that if you're feeling a little under the weather, you know where you can go get tested. What we really need to do with the rollout and with the vaccine is we have to get lots and lots and lots of people on the ground doing the kinds of things that Councillor Cressy has suggested. Is, you know, it has to be dealt with door to door. It has to be in neighborhoods. It has to be in the local mall. It has to be at the local community center. It has to be convenient, easy. It has to be that people are able to get there easily, that they don't have to, you know, you don't have to make, you know, an appointment and go to a place where, you know, you have to stand in line. You know, accessibility. There's lots of issues connected to that. It has to be convenient, and it has to be accessible, and people need to know where these places are. So if you want to get at COVID, I can't imagine what each and every day that the pandemic continues to sort of weigh on all of us, what the costs of that are. And I don't know what, you know, shortening sort of the pandemic and getting to the recovery by days means in terms of dollars, but they're staggering amounts of money. So if they're staggering amounts of money, then let's get to it quick. And the way to get to it quick is we need to have a real, a fulsome plan to get into these neighborhoods that were very, very hard hit and get the vaccines to people in an easy, convenient, easy to access, convenient way, so that the more and more people are encouraged to to get vaccinated, and so we can get over this thing.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Let's go back to the screen, and I think I had next Deputy Mayor Bilo, I believe. Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank staff, both at Public Health and SDFA, for this report. And I want to thank all the community agencies that have been working with SDFA on this model that we created. I think the day after we declared an emergency here in the city of Toronto, at least it felt that way. And it actually proved that it's working. We have the city with these cluster of agencies that we work closely, that we've been able to introduce a lot of supports into the most vulnerable into our communities, and now making sure that we target people in their neighborhoods with information, with appealing for them to get the vaccine. I think it's a good program. I just want to leave some, I think, opportunities here for staff to think about. I think certain areas that I think we should explore a little bit more. And in particular, I think when we're at the point where we are targeting a lot of seniors, a lot of them with language barriers and barriers in our communities, that I think we should be working a little bit closer with some of our ethnic medias, some with our ethnic communities. I've been finding in my community a bit of even hesitancy. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't talk today. Because there's a lot of miscommunication, and a lot of it because some communities are getting information, from their home countries as well, which is sometimes a bit different from what we're doing in here. Back in Europe, they stopped giving AstraZeneca vaccine, and we were still administering those. And so people were getting the news from there, and they were getting confused. So I think it is really important that we reach out with the right information, that we empower these communities with the right information, that we ensure that they have the tools to give the information to people in the language that they understand the best. Same thing, for example, with the faith community. We need to understand that these communities have the tools to promote and to appeal to everyone in Toronto to get the vaccines. Another thing that I think it is important is that Councillor Pasternak mentioned is these mobile clinics. We need to start getting clear answers on how to book these things. Our communities are on that. Should I book my vaccine? Should I wait for a mobile clinic? Is the possibility of getting a mobile clinic? We just really need clear answers on this. So the importance of having clear processes around this, and I know it's tough because things are changing to our staff, sometimes on a daily basis, if not on an hourly basis. So I do understand, but I think that's a call from a lot of us to say, we really need to have some certainty around, or a process or a timing around these things. And the other thing is, let's target these communities through the language and the ways that they understand the best, and make use of our offices. Make use of counselors' offices. I did a voice drop with my limited Italian and good Portuguese and Spanish and English last Friday, and I had 120 people calling me back with questions. Like, there are questions out there. We have contacts. We are in the community. Use our offices as well to promote this information and to get these plans out the door as well. So I just want to leave this with you, but with a huge amount of gratitude for all the work that is being done under, quicksands that I know you guys are all walking in, and things moving very fast and very quickly and very often. So understanding that, but again, my gratitude for the work that has been done.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there any other, I'll just see the screen again. Any other speakers? Okay. I'm just going to say a couple of words, and I really do want to echo the words of all that have spoken with respect to the efforts undertaken by the city staff, by Denise and by Ananina and all of the teams that are working with them on these equity programs, because this item, of course, in particular was an update on our equity action programs, and it also went into the question of vaccine, which hasn't been as much covered in this report, but is certainly a very current topic of great concern. But all the same people have been involved in all the same efforts. And of course, the team at Public Health, led by Dr. Davila, there's a whole team over there, and they have also done an excellent job. And I should say the chair of the Board of Health, our colleague, Councillor Joe Cressy, has been steadfast in his commitment to make these programs happen that he spoke about. And I'm like him. I mean, I have spoken with such pride on behalf of the city at different panels I've done with other mayors and in interviews I've given with people outside of Toronto about how our commitment was and continues to be to make sure, knowing that a number of councillors have spoken today about the fact that it is difficult to obviously achieve the levels of service that you would and support that you'd want to achieve with communities that are often very complex and challenging to serve, but that nonetheless the effort we're making and the results we do have are things to be proud of in the context of how we place that as a priority and continue to view it as such, with work to be done. So I want to just say to all of those people, the city staff, the public health staff led by the medical officer of health, the Board of Health led by the Councillor Joe Cressy, and the whole team, that they've all been doing great work on our behalf to get these programs in place. Councillor Cressy and I in particular, and my Chief of Staff, Luke Robertson, are spending a lot of time looking at kind of what he correctly described as kind of a game plan that's not unlike a campaign, an election campaign, to mobilize people to get vaccinated and to mobilize others to help them get vaccinated. And you've heard today about the ambassadors and the agencies and various things like that. I'm going to make a suggestion to him, which I'll make here publicly, and he can still reject it if he wants to, because we're working on this together. But I think maybe we should think of the idea of making each councillor a co-captain of their ward for this campaign effort, so that we have the councillors plugged in that way that we heard from a number of you has not yet fully happened. And then we should have a person who's not an elected official as the sort of co-captain, because as we all know from the campaigns that we all fight, you need to have somebody who's in charge of the effort in a ward-by-ward structure like that, and we're very much doing this on a kind of ward-by-ward and even down below that to a neighbourhood-by-neighbourhood kind of structure. And I think if we do that, we will not only have the expertise of the councillors, but we'll have their machinery, as it were, whether it's lists or whether it's their office staff and others who can help us in what is a very obviously public-spirited gesture for the public good here, so that he and I might take that up or find some way equivalent to that to really involve the councillors, because I think the ones on here today have probably spoken words that would have been spoken as well by other members of council who are not on the executive committee, and we'll speak of this at council. I should just say one more thing, and I, by the way, on my list of thanks, I didn't thank the community agencies, and someone else previously did, and one of the members did, and I just want to echo, they have been an indispensable part of all of the equity and other efforts that we've made to fight this pandemic, and have continued to be just stalwarts. I was asked one day in an interview not long ago, what's the one word that I would sort of take away from the pandemic so far, and it's far from over, unfortunately. And I just said the word partnership, because everything we've done has been in partnership with somebody, whether it is the library or whether it is a community health agency or whether it is just, the hospitals, everybody. Finally, I should just say in response to one comment made by somebody earlier on, I think it might have been Deputy Mayor Thompson, that we did, as mayors of the GTHA yesterday, raise in our public statement and have raised with the other governments, plural, federal and provincial, the notion that the hotspots for COVID-19 should be the subject of extra allocations of vaccine, because it's back to the point that I think Councillor Peruzza made about, where do you sort of go to achieve the maximum impact, and just as a matter of fairness to people who have suffered disproportionately. And so we made a public statement yesterday, and I'll be following up on that, asking that all hotspots in the country, whether it be in Quebec or BC or anywhere else, but including the GTHA, be considered for extra allocations of vaccine, which we then in turn can use to address the places where we have the greatest need in terms of the hotspots, even within our own city. So, pardon me. I don't think there were any motions, and I don't think this is going. This is just, I'm just trying to look for my material. This is just being received by the Executive Committee, and so if I can just call the question on the question of receiving this report. All those in favor of receiving this report with thanks for all the discussion. All those in favor, carried. All those opposed, carried. Thank you. Excuse me. That then brings us to item EX 22.3, which is the Surface Transit Network Plan. And that has speakers, and I just have to, there it is. I've got my speakers list right here. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It's the next one, Transit Network Expansion, that has speakers. This one doesn't have any speakers. This was held down by Deputy Merriman and Wong for, I assume, questions of staff or comments or both. Deputy Mayor?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I have a question of staff.
Oh, okay, then fine. On this is on the Surface Transit Network Plan, yes. Councillor Fletcher? Okay, so you go ahead then. You're first because you're visiting with us, and then we'll go to Councillor Minawong. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'm just wondering, sorry, to TTC staff. The other day, heard about the large amount of works that'll be taking place on the roadway at King and Queen and Roncesvalles at that nub. And then there is all of Broadview. So the King car, the Dundas car, and the King car will have to go out of service. And as well in the West End, a number of the streetcars will go out of service. And then we also know that there will be buses that will be required to supplant the SRT. And I'm just wondering how that's all factored into your surface work based on the number of buses that are used for replacement versus new routes versus busways. How do you factor those things in? Fleet, basically.
To the Mayor, to Councillor Fletcher, is this a question for TTC staff?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
All right.
I apologize.
Sorry, I'm just getting some word from our, they're here. They're here.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Angela Gibson for the TTC. So through the chair, we are working with Barbara Gay's staff to ensure that, as was identified in the report, we will ensure that we'll have a comprehensive engagement plan that takes into consideration everything from the Scarborough Rapid Transit decommissioning will be included in that plan. So we will be looking at every aspect of that as part of this work.
So I guess I just am interested in, have you done a forecast on the number of buses that will be required to take the place of the SRT, take the place of the 505 and the 504, take the place of any of the streetcars in around the Roncesvalles, Queen King construction, because this is all fairly significant road works taking place, and how many buses that is before we're actually talking about new routes. So what is your forecast of number of buses required?
We don't have a forecast as yet. Part of the consultation is one, listening to the community and understanding what their needs are, and then determining through our forecasting analysis what the requirements will be. So the engagement that we intend to do will be tiered. So one is to be able to do our investigation in terms of how much we believe we will need to support the decommissioning of SRT and the streetcars that we'll need, and then we'll come back to the public with recommendations. So we intend to listen first to hear the needs and understand what the community wants, and then come back with some detailed recommendations to hear back from the community based on our findings.
Would you not know, though, how many buses you would need to take the place of the streetcar over a 2-year period for Broadview? I mean, the community's not going to know that. That's an actual hard number. So I'm looking for hard numbers.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers with me right now, but I can provide them to you through the chair.
So when we get to council, you'll have the numbers of buses that are going to be required for the amount of street work on decommissioning and the impact, I guess, on the rest of the system, if any.
Yes, I can provide that for the council.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher, and thanks, Ms. Gibson. Okay, then back to the I'm sorry, Councillor Prutzer, you go ahead. Yep.
Again, Mayor, I didn't want to miss my opportunity here.
Nope, I'm great. It's your turn.
Wonderful. My question, I guess, to TTC staff, I'm looking at this thing called the Consultation Plan Approach Phase 1. And in there, you have a diagram called titled Preliminary Implementation Schedule. And I'm looking at Jane Street, and engineering studies ongoing, detailed design ongoing, project delivery 2021. I'm assuming it's this year. And then on the other report, you have, you're recommending a consultation for this year. Which is it? Are you implementing or are you consulting this year?
Through the chair, it is the intention to go forward with implementation subject to consultation. So we've identified the implementation of the rapid TO work for Jane, but there is a process. The first part of the process is responding to different alternatives that we believe the community needs to be presented to the community, and then we would go back through some extensive consultation, and then based on that consultation work, if that's approved, we would go forward with implementation. So what you see in terms of...
So now I'm even more confused. Okay, so your report says phase 1 consultation, May, June, phase 2 consultation, August, September or something, July, August. Report to council in the fall of this year, and then you go beyond that. So Jane Street doesn't follow that track; it's on a different track.
I think Barbara Gray can speak specifically to that report.
Yeah, if I can speak through the chair, Councillor, the table that you're referring to was a sample table to show that the connection between the criteria being assessed and through the public consultation process and how it may impact these lists from a preliminary ranking and implementation schedule. So to your point, 2021 would not be an implementation schedule for Jane because, as we've discussed in other meetings and other reports, we're actually undergoing an engineering study right now where we will not be ready for implementation in 2021. In fact, we'll be using, if you've seen the other slides in the deck, we'll be using this Surface Transit Network Plan as a jump-off point to also collect information from the public on those options that we've discussed in previous meetings.
Okay, so basically, Jane, as I understand it, based on what you've said, basically will follow that schedule, i.e., that you're actually going to consult. You're not designing a street without input, right? Like it's not
That's
like you're saying to somebody, look, a guy, says, I want to chat about, doing an addition to my house, and before you have that chat, you come in and you say, sorry, we designed it already. No, you can't make the kitchen bigger or you can't make the kitchen smaller because it's done. It's already baked, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So you're saying that the consultation will be meaningful, i.e. people will have an opportunity to have input in whatever goes forward on Jane Street, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so the schedule here isn't this preliminary implementation schedule isn't a schedule you're following, as I understand it. It's just here in black and white and not corrected. Are you going to correct it?
Yes, so through the chair, this was a snapshot from the November report. So that came about before we started getting into the consultation process. So it's just for demonstration purposes, just to give a sense of that connection. It's not a final schedule.
And lastly, would you be okay with a fifth consultation meeting in the Northwest, given that there's a big impact here in the Northwest? Would you be okay with that, with adding a fifth meeting as opposed to just simply the 4 in the 4 community council districts?
Yeah, so through the chair, the report states that we'd be open to having any councilor hosted meetings in addition to the ones that we have here.
But could we add a formal one to a fifth, and then the councilor meetings would be the councilor meetings as you would have with any other councilor across the city, correct?
Yes, yeah, through the chair, we'd be more than happy to add a meeting to have these focus areas covered.
Okay, and I guess, and lastly, I guess the only other difficulty that I have with your consultation is the time frame for the, 5 weeks in some of these neighborhoods is kind of tight, right? Because people here, they're not, 2 hours online filling out a TTC survey, right? That's not, I understand that there's a transit community across the city that will do that, but here you're dealing with, new arrivals, immigrants, people that communicate by different means. And I see you have telephone, you'll respond to telephone, that's good. Email and mail. Petitions, you'll include, you're okay with petitions, receiving petitions, replying to petitions and so on, because that's generally the way people do stuff here.
Councillor,
right?
You're both in the interest of time, your time is more than up, but I should say before Mr. Davis, there is a motion that you wouldn't have seen that's coming up that proposes that time be extended to 8 weeks from 5, so I think that would address your point. I don't know if Mr. Davis wants to comment on that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, I'm good. I'll speak briefly when my time comes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Continuing on with questions of staff, I had Deputy Mayor Min Wong actually next, and then I see Councillor Pasternak. Go ahead, Deputy.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess to Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, you said the consultations will be meaningful, yes?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so what happens if a local community says they don't want one of these bus lanes?
So through the chair, first, I would say the plan is not busways per se. It's a myriad of surface transit improvements. But to that end, if a community, we're going out of the community, chooses not to have that, or it's the popular consensus amongst all the community members that this is not serving their needs, there's nothing in the plan that requires a construction and build in spite of that. So I think ultimately those decisions will come back to council, and you all would make the decisions as you see fit.
Okay. That's my question, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor. Put me down to speak if you don't mind.
Yes, I have that motion here from you, and so I assume you and Councillor Pasternak will both want to speak. Could I just say to Councillor Perruzza, since the one point that's not covered by anybody's motion so far is the point you made about adding a meeting, if you would like to draw something up, we're going to put you to work here. If you want to draw something up and send it in as you would if you were a member of the committee, I would move it for you because, oh, he's already got it. From, I don't think it was to add a first.
Yeah, I'd be happy to move it on behalf of.
Where did you say it was?
Councillor Perruzza.
In the north. Oh, it is. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I apologize. It is in Councillor Pasternak's motion, so it's done. All right, Councillor Pasternak, questions of staff. We don't have to put you to work, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We've met with staff a few times on this. This has come to council. We moved a series of motions to look at alternatives to have better options for traffic flow for buses. Including, I guess, lay-by stops, right-hand turn lanes, some new technology, signalized intersections, and so forth. Yet I read this, and there's no reflection that those concerns have been raised, and that all three councillors along James Street do not support what you're going out to consult with. It just seems like the consulting is off to a bad start. It seems to me when I read this that you're pressing through with this no matter what anyone says. Is that fair?
Through the chair, I would disagree only in the sense that the improvements that you're talking about are definitely geared towards more the corridor approach and the corridor focus. Whereas this consultation plan is literally asking the public to tell us what's important at a broad scale. Tell us what you think is important through these through the various criteria that we've discussed, so that we can look at the way that we prioritize corridors for various analysis and in some cases implementation. But as I spoke to Deputy Mayor, in many cases you may end up where we don't end up with anything. So I think that the discussion you're talking about is reserved for when we get to the phase 3, which is the more corridor focused analysis and public consultation.
Okay, so when it comes to equity, I mean, you've clearly referenced this in the report. This is to support equity, equity-seeking groups, and so forth. Yet you're running these consultations during a pandemic where equity is compromised because of a lack of technology, lack of reaching out, the barriers to gathering in person. Do you think we're really supporting equity groups with this consultation process, where the barriers, I don't want to go into them all, but the barriers are really there for equity-seeking groups to participate in this discussion?
So through the chair, I would agree that we're definitely in a challenging time, and that if it hadn't been for obviously COVID and some of the other challenges in that way, we would probably be able to go out in person and do a more thorough outreach to some of the groups. That being said, within the report, we do state that we're coordinating through SDFA, through TESS, through a bunch of other partners to reach some of these harder to reach communities. We have the phone, as you said, or as one of the councilors said before. So we're doing an outreach, and what I would say is, to frame it in the way you mentioned it, from the COVID perspective, it's actually important to get some of this down now while we're trying to respond to COVID. So we don't want to leave everything out on the table during this sort of pandemic. At the same time, we want to make sure we've outreached as best as possible to all of these communities, as you mentioned.
So final question, there's other routes other than Jane Street that have more political support on the ground. Why are you going with Jane Street first when you know that 3 councillors do not support it, 3 local councillors, but there might be another route where there might be more political support on the ground, and maybe it's a more appropriate route from an engineering point of view?
So through the chair, Councilor, what I would say is, when you're talking about Jane Street first, if you remember in our conversations in the past, we've discussed where the preliminary plan that was presented in November identified Eglinton East and Jane as part of the Rapid TO program for implementation first. Subsequent to that, in our November report, we've identified through conversations with you and other councilors that we would go back, take Jane, and study it even more in depth before going out to the public to even have a discussion. And those processes have not changed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Let's go back to the big screen and see what we have going in terms of questions of staff. Are there any other questions of staff from members of the committee or other? Oh, okay, there we are. Deputy Mayor Barlow, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question about the Dufferin route. The council approved a motion that asked you into looking at the possibility of implemented certain parts before this deadline, that the dates that we have here. So how are you responding to that motion with this plan? How does one work with the other?
Sure. So through the chair, what we're intending on, well, first let me just say, we've completed preliminary studies for all of the Rapid TO corridors, which Dufferin was part of that first suite. So we do have a basis of analysis to begin to work on, which is pretty good when it comes to looking at some of these short-term turnaround improvements that you're mentioning. What we intend to do through the STMP consultation process is to gather some of that community input on what we can do in Dufferin in the short term and long term. So we want to go, and hopefully with your support, Councillor, we'll be able to get that information from the community and inform some of the work that we would like to do. There's other motions through other parts of council that we're actually talking about this with. I think you're aware. So we'll get it done, but we just need to start that process and get that input first.
And for phase one, this plan already contemplates individual councillor meetings, correct? With the community.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Let me just see. This is a distinguished guy. Oh, we have Councillor McKelvey with a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if you could just speak to the types of solutions we're looking at. It's not always closure of a lane, and I think that, you know, it would be good to know how those options are also being considered.
Through the chair, so glad to answer that. The range of surface transit implementation in terms of the type of improvements is pretty wide. We would, from the low cost, short-term improvements, you're looking at signal timing, transit signal priority, where a bus would call for a green phase earlier or extend the green phase to get it through a particular intersection. Let's see, there's actually the reverse of that is where you, they call it red truncation, where you actually shorten the red on the side streets to allow for that easier flow on the main street. There are many things like that. And then there's the relocation of bus stops, for example, from far side to near side. And then you get into some of these discussions where, depending on the ridership, the traffic capacity, you start to talk about managed lanes, right? From HOV lanes, you know, the red bus lanes out in Eglinton, various interventions. Like, I wish I could name them all, but we did have those as part of the study that informed this process. And we do plan on presenting that whole suite of options. It's like 2 pages worth. We'll try to, you know, boil it down in a more simple way as part of the presentation.
Are you also looking at not always just going to, you know, the most extreme measures, but maybe finding a way to phase it in? So you might start with signal priority, look at how that's improved, move on to like HOV lanes. I think that was kind of a bit of a lesson learned from the Eglinton East corridor that, you know, along parts of Eglinton, they'd had HOV lanes for quite some time, so they were more comfortable with it, but, you know, to kind of step it in. So you start with HOV, you move forward, and you kind of look at how things are changing through real time, as opposed to this, you know, right to the extreme end right away.
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, so that's one of the reasons why the public consultation is so important. Because once we get the understanding of the priority that people place on things like connectivity to higher order transit or ridership, we can then apply a sort of context sensitive solution to those various corridors. So in fact, you may have a corridor, and we discussed this with some of the councilors out on Jane, you may have a corridor where the whole one size fit all thing just doesn't work, right? So you may have areas where you just do transit signal priority, or you implement a lane, or you do a queue jump lane. We intend to look at the wide suite of improvements so that we're not doing a one size fits all the time. In fact, we're looking at how do we drill down and solve the issues at that corridor level. And it could be a suite of things that we entertain. In terms of the phasing bit, what I would say is I think that actually benefits. So my job is manager of capital projects. And one of the things that we try to look for are these opportunities to implement things over time, as opposed to how you say jumping into capital intensive solution. And so where we can identify those things, it would be great to have those short-term turnarounds to improve things while we're waiting for some of those bigger things to happen.
Okay. And through both TTC and council, there's been directive to look at options for the closure of the SRT. How is your report aligning with that work and with that engagement? Are those processes being fully integrated? And do you foresee that some prioritization may change based on the engagement you have with the SRT work?
So through the chair, absolutely. So we intend on bringing in the SRT replacement, working with our colleagues at the TTC into our community district meeting out in Scarborough, or in any particular ones that may fall out from that as well. The idea is to present the city-wide plan and get these inputs on the evaluation criteria, but also, to your point, understand in each individual district what are the immediate versus long-term priorities. And as you know, SRT is a big near-term priority. So the way it would manifest itself in the plan is that if there are situations where, for example, maybe the SRT replacement involves looking at another corridor that was not identified in the first level of the draft plan, if we hear that and we're getting that from the community, we can get that in and bring that into the plan, try to rebalance it, and look and see where it falls on the priority framework as well. So absolutely, there's direct input.
Squeeze one more in.
Yes,
So what is the time frame for your SRT report, and what is your next time frame for the surface transit report? That's my last question.
So through the chair, I would have to defer to TTC about the SRT report. For us, we're looking to come back in fall of this year with all of this wrapped up for the surface transit network plan.
Thank you both, pardon me, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor McKelvey, and also Mr. Davis. I think we've pretty well exhausted the questions, having a look here. So I think what we can do, if we are good about this, we've got, I know, at least a couple of speakers because there's some motions here, but we maybe can get through this item before we break for lunch at 12:30. So I will just ask for speakers, and I see Councillor Perruzza, and then I'm assuming, because I have motions here, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong and Councillor Pasternak both want to speak, so I've got them down. And so we should be able to get through that. Councillor Perruzza, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make this quick. Jane Street, obviously, our staff will know this. For some of the newer folks, it has a long history. Jane Street was one of those routes where in 2008, it was right up there with Eglinton and Finch for some higher order transit expansion. And it was on there as one of those new, where you should have a new LRT line, just simply because of the nature of Jane Street, how busy it is, and the level of ridership on Jane Street, and the functionality of the road, because Jane Street is very much a cluttered roadway that doesn't work very well. It's got a curb cut, every 25, 50 meters. If you're not, coming to an intersection, you're coming to a driveway. Driveway left, driveway right. The strip plazas everywhere with lots of driveways, apartment buildings with lots of driveways. In some cases, even still some single family housing with driveways that come out onto the street. Driveways, as people know, make a street very, very complicated because of, people wanting to make right out, right in, left out, left in. And to access those property and places. So that's why I believe that, sort of an expanded Jane Street with a higher order transit in the middle of it, not subject to the right out, right to the right turns and the driveways, and not subject to the left turns and so on, shutting them down, in fact, because you're curbing up, and you're eliminating those roads, those turns, made the street function better for everybody, for transit, for cars and trucks and everybody else. In fact, one of the reasons why the maintenance and storage facility at the corner of Jane and Finch was chosen at Yorkgate by the TTC, I might add. That's what, the hub that we're getting there, the one that the province recently announced, it stems back that far. That's how far back that deal goes. And one of the reasons why that maintenance and storage facility is there was so that it could serve both the Finch and Jane Street LRTs. I get it. I think times change, the nature of it changes and so on. And we can't, and this exercise can't be just an exercise around operational efficiencies, to use a wonderful TTC term. Eliminate stops. People need more stops. They need more stops near where they live. They need more stops near where they need to go shop. They need more stops where they need to go work, because that's the nature of that line. So the transit experience and the transit values can't just be about, how much time you're on a bus. It has to be from, sort of your door to where you're going. You can't add 5 minutes walking time to a bus stop or 2 minutes walking time to a bus stop, and then say you're going to shave off 30 seconds off the bus trip. Because you're actually adding more time to someone's commute. Because people go shop, you know, with bags and weights and all kinds of stuff, and then they got to walk from their door to where they got to go to back again. So the TTC needs to factor that in. Now, I've seen some wonderful pictures about putting bikes on Jane Street, you know, in some of the road layouts. Sorry, folks. You know, with all those driveways, putting bikes in the middle of the road with people trying to get in and out of that street, coming off and on, you're just, I can't imagine. I'm an avid cyclist. Had a bit of an accident recently, so I'm even more leery of it now. I'm an avid cyclist. Would I get on Jane Street, you know, at speeds of 60 kilometers an hour on the road, on my bike, with trucks trying to negotiate driveways and in and out of that lane? I don't know. But I would hope that the consultation exercise be fulsome, that you actually listen to people and the lived experiences of people, because that's not what the TTC generally does. And don't tell me you do, because I've been around long enough to tell you that doesn't quite work out that way, even though you mean well.
You'll bring this to a close, Councillor.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that second, but it's okay. Thank you very much.
No worries. I'm
5.5 minutes. So we head next.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I appreciate
Councillor.
the extra 30 seconds.
Very well reasoned. May I hear next from then Deputy Mayor Bernard Wong?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a motion that I've given to the clerk.
Yep, I think we can put that up.
Thanks.
There we are.
So this is part of the consultation, reporting the number of participants per ward as part of the consultations and public meeting process, and ask residents if they are in favor, opposed, or need more information on busways in general and specific busways under consideration as part of the public consultation process. So, Mr. Mayor, first of all, I'd like to, thank Mr. Davis for answering the questions. You know, I felt a little bit better after he answered the questions that if the community doesn't want these things, that these busways specifically, that we don't have to put them in. I'm also, I see Councillor Perruzza, I heard from Councillor Perruzza, and I think also Councillor Pasternak, that, you know, there's a little bit of concern here that these are initiatives that may not see support from the community. And I have that concern as well. I've already asked my residents. We asked over 500 people if they wanted the busways, and less than 40% said that they wanted these busways. There are a number of them wanted more information, but the majority, there's not strong support for these busways as yet. I think it's fundamental that in this public process that it be meaningful and that it be real. And that if we don't get a large number of people participating, then that means the consultation process hasn't worked. And finally, I mean, in this consultation process, we have to ask if they want it or they don't want it. Oftentimes I've seen in consultation processes, they don't ask the money question, are you in favor or against? And as I told you, the analogy that I used, Mr. Mayor, is, if you're being served liver, some people don't like liver and they want it, and they don't want it no matter whatever you say, whatever you're going to do. That I would be one of those people. And in a consultation process for whether you want liver or not, you can't ask them, would you like liver and we'll put ketchup on it, or we'll put onions on it. They need to be asked the question, do you want liver, yes or no? And I think in this consultation process, if they don't want these busways, they should have the opportunity to say no, and we need to listen to them. And so I think that this process, it's key and fundamental that we listen to them, and we take heart. We really take heart to what they have to say. And if they don't want them, we shouldn't move forward with them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Bernard Wong. Any questions of the mover? Otherwise, we can go along to, I don't see any, so we can go along to Councillor Pasternak, who's next.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you mentioned, I do have a motion. The crux of this motion is really to expand the consultation. We're adding one consultation in the northwest part of the city, particularly affecting the people along Jane Street. We're adding the option, we're leaving the survey open for more weeks, 8 weeks instead of 5. And we're also getting feedback through petitions. There's not much more to add to Councillor Perruzza and Deputy Mayor Minawong's comments. And we've met with staff, and I want to thank staff. I mean, they have an important role to play in getting these done, or at least seeking input on whether they should move forward. But you know, I look at Jane Street, and we moved a series of motions to look at alternatives and ways of improving traffic flow without closing down a lane, and that involves some signalized intersections, some technology, lay-by bus stops, some right-hand turn ideas, a whole series of measures to make sure these buses can move faster without shutting down a lane. When you look at the retail along Jane Street, which is really the heart of the community, I mean, if you kill the retail, you're really killing the heart of the community. It needs easy access for product, for just-in-time delivery, as well as customers. And taking out a lane would impede the ability to receive goods on a just-in-time basis, would be a deterrent for regular customer flow. And perhaps we can all agree that retail has been one of the big victims of the pandemic, and we can't do anything to hurt it any further. The elimination of bus stops, I mean, I can't think of a more disconcerting action to a local community when people find that the bus stop that they've relied on outside their store, or outside their school or their business, where they work, has been moved or is gone. And I'll tell you something, when you've got a handful of groceries and you got to walk an extra 30, 40, 50 meters in minus 25 degree weather, you don't care whether there's an express bus lane or that. You want your stop sign back. Jane Street has all kinds of other complications with its access to a 400 series highway, its access to the LRT to the north, its access to major arterial roads, east and west, and its ability to cater to the local community should be ensured, because transit and transportation is crucial for thriving communities. So this motion really just casts a wider net, allows a little more time, some more options. I'm moving it on behalf of Councillor Perruzza, but I do support it. And if we're going to consult, let's consult. And that's what's here before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Go back and have a look at the screen here and see if we have any other speakers. I don't see anybody. So on that basis, I will just say 2 words literally, and then we'll put the question to these motions and the recommendations. I think this has been a very, very good discussion, and I think it will help to refine the consultation process in perhaps a way that we would understand better than anyone, we meaning the elected representatives here. I certainly am supportive of us moving to different ways across the city, with an emphasis on the word different, to move people better on public transit. I think we have to do that as time goes on and the city continues to grow. But certainly the contemplation in my mind always was, and I believe in fairness the reports always indicated it would be done different ways in different places. And I think to the comments of councillors Pasternak and Perruzza, for example, we've always known that Jane Street was different in a number of respects, and they've highlighted some more of those differences. But by way of why these discussions are useful, I heard Mr. Davis also saying there were 2 pages of ways in which you could make transit move better, that I'm sure many take account of the differences between one street and another. And I think the comments of the Deputy Mayor with respect to the making sure the consultation is genuine, and I think Councillor Perruzza raised some questions there about access to those discussions at this point in time, given some of the restrictions we face, are fair questions as well, because while I certainly don't think you can go out and be taking a plebiscite or a referendum every time on difficult matters, whether it relates to moving people faster on transit or a host of other things we deal with here. Sometimes we have to show some leadership and do what we think is the right kind of far-sighted thing in the long-term best interest of the city. But I do think that the consultation should be meaningful, that they should, as Mr. Davis, I think, committed to do, put all the options in front of people so that they have a full range of things that they can consider, and that they should have, of course, the right to choose. I don't like any of the above, you know, but at the same time, we would understand that is not binding on us, who in the end, or on the TTC, but in the end, we make a lot of these decisions at City Council, and we can choose to make whatever decision we think is in the best interest of the city. So I thank the members for their contribution. I thank the staff for their answers to the questions today. I think it was a useful discussion. And unless there's any other questions, I'm ready to call the question on first, the motion from Deputy Mayor Min Wong concerning the consultation process, if I can put it that way. And I'll just ask for the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Next, the motion rather by Councillor Pasternak. Again, about elements of the consultation process. May I ask the question? All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And then we would have the item as amended. And I'll ask for all those in favour. Opposed? Any? You're not opposed, Deputy Mayor? Bylaw? No. Your hand just went up a tiny bit later, but that's fine. It's carried. Okay, we're just at 12:27, and I'll just note here that we have 3 items left this afternoon. We have the transit network expansion, on which we have a few speakers. We have 5 speakers on that. And then we have the recommendations on to Toronto Hydro on climate action, held by the Deputy Mayor, and we have the Toronto for All addressing anti-Semitism item, which is held by me because there's 1 speaker. So that's what we have to get through after lunch, and with your concurrence, we'll have the regular lunch hour from 12:30 to 1:30 and reconvene at 1:30. Okay? All right. See you at 1:30. Thank you so much. Okay, so this meeting is now resumed, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, those joining us, and members of council, members of the committee, and city staff, thank you. And I think we had left off where we were about to start item EX 22.4, transit network expansion. There are 5 deputants, one of whom has indicated that she just can't be here on because of a medical appointment. And so I've agreed that we can take an extra minute on an agreed upon other deputant to summarize her remarks, and they'll also be put in front of us in writing. So we will proceed with the deputies that we do have available to us, and the first one is Shelley Klein.
Can you hear me?
Shelley
I'm
Klein.
here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Mr.
we
Mayor?
can hear you. I think
Can
the
you
members.
hear me?
Yes, I believe so. I can hear you. Yes.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, they can. They're nodding. So, Ms. Klein, thank you for coming, and you have 5 minutes, and over to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Executive Committee. I am here representing the Lakeshore East Community Advisory Committee. We have a mandate to meet with Metrolinx on behalf of our Riverside-Leslieville community for consultation on projects on our Lakeshore East rail corridor, which is currently the Ontario Line project, part of your subway program under discussion today, and on topic with holding meaningful community consultations. We are asking for your help with 3 main issues. First, in finding out why Metrolinx has not complied with your city directives passed in EX 18.3, in which they were to provide estimated capital construction costs for the Ontario Line to run below grade from East Harbour Station to north of Gerrard Street East. Metrolinx was to report back to the city on January the 27th, but this didn't happen and was carried forward to today's meeting, March the 30th. But it is not on the agenda, and we still have received no reason why. So we are asking for your help in finding out why Metrolinx has not reported back on these motions. Secondly, in response to Metrolinx not releasing the details of their underground costing to the city and to our community, but only to the media, we have been working on a viable underground plan, which utilizes the city's original relief line plan, which, as you know, was a shovel-ready subway plan that will save time and money putting the Ontario Line underground and saving our community from the impacts of doubling the tracks and trains on our corridor above grade. We would love to present our plan to you, which deserves the city's consideration as a potential underground alternative. Thirdly, last Thursday, March the 25th, our CAC met with Metrolinx. When Councillor Fletcher joined our meeting in progress, she asked them directly if they were going to tell us about their plan to realign the Ontario Line tracks to the west side of the corridor, instead of straddling either side as has been planned and studied by them. We were stunned by this news. Metrolinx had not told our community about this, nor was it on our agenda, and if it wasn't for Councillor Fletcher, we would not have known about it at all. Frustratingly, this is a perfect example of how Metrolinx is treating our community with complete disregard and disrespect. There is no consultation. There is no input. Their plans are made in secret, and they pay lip service to us to review it. The complete opposite of a proper municipal TPAP or EA process. When we asked why they were realigning the tracks, they said there was money to be saved. But this speaks volume to a more disturbing issue of how our joint corridor is being planned by Metrolinx. Well, why didn't anyone think of this west alignment before? Why were some of the obvious engineering duplications not caught and properly assessed before their environmental conditions report has been finalized and finished? We believe that this is a major technical planning mistake on Metrolinx's part and a clear indication that it will be the first of many through our community. Metrolinx has now said in the media that changes like this are normal and part of a planning process. But how can they promise our community that they won't impact parks or our Jimmy Simpson Community Center when they are still dealing with fundamental realignment changes like this one? We just don't believe them, and nor do we trust them. Our community is asking for your help assessing this new west alignment and its impact on the Riverside community. We thank you so much for your time today and for your continued support to our Riverside Leslieville communities.
Thank you very much, Ms. Klein. Are there questions of the deputy?
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll thank you very much. There are no questions for you, so I will thank you for your patience and for your submission. And we heard the message. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
The next deputy was Maggie Redmonds, who's the woman who could not be here because of a conflict. And so her deputation will be summarized by Mr. Whitaker when we get down to Mr. Whitaker. But in between, we have Eon Song.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. And thank you so much for being here. And you have 5 minutes, and then there may be some questions for you. Thank you.
Mayor Tory, I have to say, your hair is just as unwieldy as mine. We're really in this together, eh?
Is this good or bad? I'm not sure. You're being very kind. Anyway, you go ahead.
My name is Eon. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. As a Toronto resident, I'm well aware of the need for more transit, but I'm deeply concerned about the above-ground Ontario line through Leslieville. Metrolinx is prioritizing cost savings over impact on community safety and well-being. This myopic focus will result in a transit plan that compromises public health. We learned a few days ago, as Shelley said, that Metrolinx is going back to the drawing board as their above-ground design simply does not work. Mayor Tory, I'm here to ask for your help to find an alternative route that protects our parks and that safeguards our health and safety. On Saturday, over 300 Toronto residents came to Bruce Mackey Park to voice our strong support for Underground Ontario Line. You may have seen news coverage of people chanting, "Bury the line, bury the line, bury the line." Looking at what has been leaked so far, we know Metrolinx's secret alignment does not address any of the community concerns. It does not reduce the community impact of the above-ground Ontario line. The noise and vibration levels will exceed recommended guidelines. They will exceed what health professionals tell us are safe, yet Metrolinx is refusing to carry out a health impact assessment. The loss of safety distance endangers our community safety. In case of train derailment, Metrolinx's plan is to use our homes as the crash wall. If this plan goes ahead, all of our parks are at risk of being completely destroyed or made unusable. Bear in mind, our neighborhood is designated as an acquisition priority area where the city should work to provide more parkland. If this plan goes ahead, we'll end up with a minimum of 7-meter tall noise wall cutting our community in half. Only meters from our homes, we will never be able to see the sunlight. If this plan goes ahead, we'll end up with 6 bridge expansions, doubled in width, creating shadow effects and making the entire neighborhood less safe, particularly for women and children. And this is never talked about anywhere by Metrolinx. Metrolinx is also proposing to build a portal, a giant concrete opening for underground tunnel, which they admit is extremely disruptive, right next to Page Junior School, surrounded by residential homes. This does not make sense, Mayor. None of this makes sense. I believe political interference in transit decisions has resulted in some awful outcomes for our city. But above-ground Ontario Line stands in a league of its own as it compromises community health. South Riverdale Community Health Center said as much when they publicly called on the federal government to intervene and carry out an impact assessment. Metrolinx is giving us a false choice between public health and public transit, and I believe we can have both by putting the Ontario Line underground. Mayor Tory, please work with us and support us to find a safe and viable underground route in Leslieville. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. Are there questions of the deputy?
I do have a question, please.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Fletcher. Yep.
Thank you. Thanks, Dion. It's very nice to see you online. When the first Metrolinx has been quite unwilling to make changes, and you first saw the new design that doubles the tracks on the west side at a community liaison committee last Thursday night. Had you ever heard about that before?
No, we hadn't. It was the first time that came to light, and I believe it only came to light because you brought it to light, Councillor Fletcher.
Well, it was on their slides that they were showing that night to the community liaison committee.
I do not believe it was on the slide.
Oh, yeah, they did show that, I believe. Yeah, they did show that. But so I think that one of the things, the reasons why they have said that they've heard from the community and they think this is great, but further work from your committee has shown that the original design didn't take into account that the catenaries, the overhead lines that would run the subway above ground or below ground, couldn't be on either side of the tracks. That was kind of a mistake, the first one around, correct? We figured that out now.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you're not thinking that this is Metrolinx's response to improve things for the community. I've heard that it's Metrolinx trying to fix a problem that they started off with by putting the Ontario line on either side of the GO tracks. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's more of a cost savings measure for them than anything to do with community. We know from their design, if it shifts the westward, we are going to lose virtually all of Bruce Mackey Park, the Gerard Dog Parquet, the Salter Street Parquet. This has nothing to do with saving park. And we also lose the currently existing safety setback distance for much of the homes along Degrassi, on Mordell, on Tiverton. This has nothing to do with community. It has everything to do with them and them saving money, we think.
Were you surprised to hear the Metrolinx staff say that they're working so closely with city parks and getting all the agreements for all this work?
Absolutely, because we know they have not been working with the city. I know the city has asked for underground costing to be reported back to the executive committee in January. Metrolinx did not comply. We were told that item would be carried in this executive meeting. This item was also unceremoniously dropped from the agenda. They have not been working with the city. They certainly have not been working with the community.
Right. Anyway, thank you very much for being here. So you're looking for some assistance to look for other alternatives?
Yes, absolutely. We've been working with it.
And because they say the TTC is extremely involved, that perhaps we could ask this our TTC for assistance on that. Would you agree with me?
Yes, absolutely. It'd be great to have some accountability of this transit agency. I mean, we have tried every effort to meet with them, to talk with them, consult with them, but all of our letter writing, phone calls have been met with a stonewall. When Metrolinx refuses to listen to the people, they refuse to consult with the community. All of the decisions are made behind closed doors, and there's no way for us to dispute anywhere at Metrolinx. We've listened to the Metrolinx board, and it has gotten us nowhere. We really need the city to help us to hold this transit agency accountable, and whatever plan they put forward reflects community feedback and community input.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Other questions of this deputant? I just wait to see my full screen again here. Okay, I don't see anybody, so I'll thank the deputant very much for the time, and we'll move forward. Thank you so much. Next is Tony Whitaker. Is Tony Whitaker on the line? Now, Mr. Whitaker, I think we have an arrangement we've made here to try and accommodate Ms. Redmonds, and you were kind enough to help out with that. And as I understand the arrangement, because I sort of constructed it to try to be fair to everybody and not to set an unusual precedent, that you would give your deputation, and I might give you an extra sort of minute and a half or something in which you can summarize Ms. Simmons, which we're going to get in writing as well, so that we have the benefit of it in writing, and you can maybe make mention of a couple of the highlights in person, if that's okay with you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you have 5 minutes for yourself. You have 5 minutes for yourself, and I'll start the clock now.
And the Executive Committee, I'm going to read Maggie Redmond's letter to the committee, and then I will talk after I've finished the letter.
Okay.
I'm speaking on behalf of Save Jimmy Simpson in relation to the implementation of transit network expansion, particularly in reference to the Ontario line. We are pleased to hear that the TTC will be playing a key role in this planning and implementation. Along with the City of Toronto, the TTC has a positive track record of fully consulting the communities in which the projects are to be implemented. We heard quite a bit about this earlier in the meeting today in the conversation about TTC plans for Jane Street. One of Save Jimmy Simpson's many concerns is the lack of meaningful engagement by Metrolinx with our community regarding plans for the Ontario line in our neighbourhood. To us, real engagement is conversation with, not at, the community that begins even before preliminary designs are formed. Really hearing and acting on input received, and repeating this process at every stage of decision-making along the way. This has decidedly not been our experience with Metrolinx. Indeed, I heard a Metrolinx representative on TV over the weekend saying that design for the Ontario line in our area was not quite finalized, and when it is, they will then consult with us. In other words, backwards, back to front. According to various dictionaries, consult means to get information or advice, to ask for opinions and advice about what should be done, or to get permission to do something. This is very different than delivering a decision that is already final. We are hoping that City Council and the TTC can assist us by ensuring that real consultation and engagement is implemented immediately in the continuing redesign of the Ontario line in our neighbourhood. Your existing skills and experience at this can be shared with Metrolinx, who have not yet seemed to grasp the concept. We believe that this can result in a safer, healthier, more environmentally conscious transit plan that better meets the needs of all people in Toronto. Thank you. Now, if I may just make a few comments myself, now that the letter is finished. And some of these points have been made before, but I want to reinforce them. As was stated earlier, there was a City Council motion passed before the end of last year for Metrolinx to come back with an underground costing for the Ontario line from the new East Harbour Station at the Don and Broadview area up to Carlaw and Gerrard. And that was promised for the January 27th meeting. It got deferred till today's meeting. And as we now know, it's not on today's agenda either. So my question is, where is it? We are all here to increase transit and build more infrastructure in the City of Toronto. And so we're asking for your help to find out, to give us more information on some of these alternatives so that we can arrive at a win-win situation where we have an alternative that works for the neighborhood, works for the TTC, and works for Metrolinx and the province. As also stated earlier today, last Thursday, Metrolinx came up with a new plan where they had moved the 2 subway tracks to one side of the existing GO train corridor, which will have a major impact on our 2-kilometre corridor stretch from East Harbour to Gerrard and Carlaw, because there isn't the width to put 6 tracks in there. We're going to have problems with expropriation of existing houses, existing land, let alone the parks, let alone the trees. And Fonthom, which is a home for women, that's at Queen and Degrassi. And we need some discussion on mitigation of 7 or 8 meter high acoustic walls, which are going to go through the parks, through some streets, and all this has to be consulted and has to be brought to the community. It has not been, and we've had no real meetings with Metrolinx other than sessions where they've presented some posters, but there's been no Q&A going on. So there's been very little feedback, and this has been a frustration. And you know, it's interesting that the Lakeshore West LRT, which is going to go out to the airport once the current Eglinton plan is complete. It's now been decided by the province through Central Etobicoke that these tracks will now go underground for an additional cost of $1.9 billion. This is through Central Etobicoke, underneath a 4 to 6 lane right-of-way highway that currently exists, where there is very little residential. In other words, we're sitting in a very, very high-dense residential neighborhood, historic heritage neighborhood, where 6 lanes of transit are planned to go by the year 2030. And yet, in Eglinton West, the province is prepared to spend all this extra money to go underground to not disturb all the people living in that part of the city. Finally, I just wanted to make a comment that Metrolinx also, unlike the City of Toronto, if I wanted to do a renovation on the outside of my house, put in a deck or a swimming pool or what have you, because I'm within 30 meters of the corridor, the railway corridor, I will have to get a building permit issued by Metrolinx, not by City Hall. I've never heard of that before, and I'm surprised that that is allowed in the City of Toronto, and I think you should all be made aware of that, because that's, to me, is a significant change as a homeowner and a property taxpayer in the city. Thank you.
Mr. Whitaker, thank you. You did a great job of taking that extra 90 seconds and I think doing justice to Ms. Redmond's comments as well, and your own, and we appreciate your helping us out in that way. And I'll just see if there's any questions of this deputy.
Yes, I think you know I have a question.
I thought you might. I was looking at you on the screen. You didn't know I was, but there you are. So go ahead, Councillor.
No, because I can't see you anymore on the screen. I don't.
That's a good thing.
You're not on my screen. Thanks, Mr. Whitaker, for coming down. You're concerned that Metrolinx apparently has not been responding to the requests actually by City Council for information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you're now adding in, there was an environmental assessment, or they truncated the environmental assessment
Correct.
plan.
The environmental assessment is being done for the total Ontario line from Ontario Place right through to the Ontario Science Centre, which doesn't include any specifics for the 2-kilometre stretch through Riverside, South Riverdale.
There has to be some kind of work, though, to move tracks from one side to the other, and then to move the GO train tracks, because apparently they can't do this plan without now relocating one of the GO train tracks at the same time, right?
Yes, the executive committee should be aware that the 2 Ontario line tracks, which are now planned to go on the north or west side of the existing GO train corridor, which currently has 3 tracks. One of those 3 tracks is being moved to the south. At the same time, they're adding a 4th track, which we all know about and have agreed to as part of the RER, when they electrify the GO system, all the way from City Hall, all the way from Union Station right through to Oshawa will be electrified. So we knew there was a 4th line coming. So not only are they going to add a GO train line, they're going to have to move one of the 3 lines to the south and east of where it is now, and build 2 more Ontario lines. This is going to require 3 of 6 bridges to be rebuilt, and 3 others to be extended. And you can just imagine the chaos that's going to cause over the next 8 to 10 years.
Can you remember when they said that they're taking away the transit plan and the TTC is not to do anymore? Are you a bit concerned that TTC, even though Metrolinx is saying they're a full partner and they're doing all this work, are you concerned that the TTC will not be allowed to assist in actually coming up with a solution that would benefit everybody here?
Yeah, well, I think that I understand the arrangements were made in the fall of 2019 between the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario, but I don't think that negates the fact that there should be consultation between both. There are city lands involved here as well as provincial lands. There are private lands. It's a combination of all 3, and we all need to sit down at the same table when we're able to and hash this out.
The other thing is, you were at that meeting that apparently Metrolinx board heard from the Ontario line staff building it, that there was a well-attended public meeting, open house at the Metropolitan Community Church. Do you think that described it accurately, Mr. Whitaker?
I was one of the organizers of that meeting at the church. This was last summer, and there was absolutely no interaction. There was presentation posters put up around the walls, and there were a couple of Metrolinx representatives that you could talk to who were basically just taking questions, giving no answers, saying they would get back to us with the answers, and here we are 9 months later, still waiting. In the meantime, the plan is a moving target.
And the school portal is, I haven't actually seen that. I was a little surprised to hear about this large portal right by Tate School. That seems to be newly revealed.
But that's where these, if the subway is built above grade, it has to go underground up Pape Avenue to the Danforth station, and then continue north underground up to O'Connor. And then there'll be a bridge built over the Don Valley Parkway, an actual separate bridge being built over the Don Valley Parkway over to Overley Boulevard and Thorncliffe. So major changes there. But yes, the portal is at Pape and Riverdale Avenue, right in a residential neighborhood, right beside a school, a public school.
Right. Thank you. Thanks very much for coming today and bringing this information forward.
I appreciate being able to speak to you all.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other
And
questions?
I like watching you on your TV show, Mr. Whitaker. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Whitaker today? Okay, Mr. Whitaker, thanks again for coming by today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And the last deputant we have on the list here is Paul Young from the South Riverdale Community Health Centre. Is Mr. Young on? Mr. Young, you're there?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, and thank you for your patience, and you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor Turry, and the members of the Executive Committee for the opportunity to dispute on this item. I'm a health promoter at the South Riverdale Community Health Centre. I work with community groups on environment and planning matters in South Riverdale, and I have a background in land use planning. One of the recommendations for consideration by this committee is to request Metrolinx to conduct meaningful engagement with the TTC's advisory committee as part of the design review of all the projects, the transit projects. This includes the Ontario line, a portion of which runs through South Riverdale. The TTC's participation will be vital to ensure Metrolinx understands how projects will mesh with existing transit and with the communities they serve. By way of background, I've worked for over 20 years engaging the public and stakeholders in transportation and urban design projects. In our experience on the Ontario line, the communities and stakeholder agencies have had a very difficult time engaging with Metrolinx in a meaningful way. The Ontario line, as proposed, will add 3 additional lines through a dense community. It will create impact. Metrolinx has not provided any information regarding how this will be done, no cross-section or plan drawings, and no impact studies. Anxiety and opposition is growing in the community. There are 4 apartment buildings with low-income residents living immediately adjacent to the existing rail corridor. These are managed by Wood Green Housing, Toronto Community Housing, and the Sisters of St. Joseph. They and many other residents feel excluded, powerless, stressed, and anxious. This exclusion has a big impact on health and well-being. They hear Metrolinx corporate communications staff and managers say things like, and I quote, "We'll tell the community after the plans are finalized in a consultation. And we own the corridor, we do whatever we want." You can imagine how this makes people feel in a consultation process. Metrolinx continues to refuse to do any costing on the Ontario Line Underground option to reduce health impacts. Metrolinx switched plans overnight, no consultation or even informing stakeholders. You heard about that from earlier deputants. I encourage this committee to do whatever is possible to ensure meaningful engagement between Metrolinx and the TTC advisory and affected communities. Thus far, Metrolinx is a great example of how not to do meaningful engagement. We learn about Ontario line impacts to our community through the media and not through Metrolinx. In our experience, Metrolinx practices the DAD approach to consultation: design and defend. Keep stakeholders in the dark, treat them as an inconvenience, carry on in an authoritative manner, no desire to engage, just placation and self-promotion at best on Twitter and Instagram. Why conduct meaningful engagement? Listening to the earlier discussions today, I think you understand the importance. We believe that it can really avoid project delays. We know transit is important to Toronto residents and the commuters that travel in and out of the city on a daily basis. Agencies need community and political support to ensure efficient implementation of transit and avoid costly delays. Why meaningful engagement? It makes a better project. Local knowledge can help agencies avoid previously unseen challenges. Anticipating construction detour routes, helping disseminate project information to diverse populations, and helping to provide balanced, positive media coverage highlighting the project benefits. Why meaningful engagement? Finally, and I think most important, poor engagement undermines trust in the public service. Good engagement builds understanding and trust. This has become a critical consideration for public agencies and governments. I think we're feeling that most acutely now as the vaccine rollout, and we're looking for the public to have faith in our public agencies. Public engagement is an emerging profession. It's not public relations, and it's not corporate communications. The City of Toronto and the TTC have very competent public engagement staff. We know how to set up meaningful engagement processes. I encourage this committee to ensure all of the transit projects are rooted in a meaningful engagement process with the TTC, stakeholders, and the public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Young. Do we have questions of the deputant?
I just want to pick up on that last point, Mr. Young, about meaningful engagement. Would you characterize any of the engagement so far as being meaningful?
It's been, I would say frustrating is an understatement. The public meeting that Mr. Whitaker referred to earlier had a lineup down the block. They had grossly underestimated the size of the venue. They had a 2 people out, 2 people in, person counting at the front door. When we got into the venue, it was shoulder to shoulder. They were understaffed. They didn't have answers. And as you can imagine, I mean, people are very interested in this project. They want transit, but there's been no design presented. And so the best we can do is estimate what kind of space this project will take up, and estimate it, and then communicate that to the public. There's a vacuum of information that needs to be filled.
And were you there on the TTC environmental assessment for the original relief line? I think you probably were.
We were following it. Yeah, pretty rigorous process.
Very vigorous, accountable process. So
yeah,
that's I think you're explaining that's quite unfortunate that this hasn't been in this way. So this was a surprise, and thank you very much for bringing the community concerns to this committee today.
Thanks so much for listening.
Okay, Mr. Young, thank you. I'll just see if I don't think there's anybody else. I don't see anybody else waving madly. So we'll thank you so much for your patience and for your time. Appreciate it very much. Okay, that is the end of the deputations, and that would bring us then to questions of staff. And we turn first to people who are not members of the committee. That would mean Councillor Fletcher in this case. So over to you, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was surprised about the school portal, the portal right at the elementary school. Is that something that you have seen before, clearly delineated? Just asking that. That's one of my questions. I'll put the questions out so you have a chance to think about how you're going to ask them. The bridges originally, all the bridges would be fine, and they would just be putting sleeves on either side of those century-old bridges. But now it appears with the latest version of the Ontario line that those bridges will require more work. Do you have any idea how much? The TTC was told to down pens. I'm not sure how involved the TTC is in this particular poor design. I'm calling it a poor design, changed design. And I'm wondering what, if any, information the TTC could supply about alternatives. So those are 3 questions I'd just like to start with my time, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Troy,
I did them all in advance, so people would have a chance.
That should be easier. Is it Mr. Tracy? Is it Tracy Cook? Are you answering?
No. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Derek Toigo is on.
Okay, there he is. Yep, perfect. Derek, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm here to answer your question. So through you, Mr. Mayor, please, I was trying to write some of these down as you were kind of saying them. So very quickly, just do your first one and I'll answer them one at a time.
School portal, Page School.
So thank you for that, Councillor. No, we have not been, we were not aware of where the portal was located. Again, as you're aware, the Metrolinx has not shared with us the realignment of the Ontario line, so we were not aware that there was a portal near a school.
And City Council's asked for a number of times. We've asked for a number of times for information on the costing and alternative routes. Has Metrolinx not given that to you, or because my community is concerned, they're feeling that somehow the city is holding back, but I've been telling them Metrolinx is holding back. So what would be the correct answer for them?
Through you again, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Councillor, you are correct. We have been asking both on your behalf, on behalf of the citizens of Toronto, to get further information from Metrolinx, and quite rightly, you did in a briefing that occurred again earlier this year with Metrolinx specifically. You requested that this information be provided by Metrolinx, and we have not received it.
Now, of the bridges that they need to use, there's 6 bridges. How many are owned by the city?
Offhand, Councillor, I can't remember. I think it's about 3 or 4 of them for sure.
So out of the 6, we at least own half, and there'll be major work that has to now, the use of the bridges is now changing with this latest design, apparently. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, you are correct. The realignment of the Ontario line to its new alignment as being proposed there will be significant impacts to the infrastructure.
Now, did you ask to have the tracks moved to the west side, or was that a surprise for when you saw that?
Councillor, we were not aware that
you were surprised.
Sorry.
You were surprised.
Yes.
No, I just want to go over one.
Sorry, Councillor, if I could. Yeah. In fact, the preliminary design business case that was presented by Metrolinx still had the Ontario line straddling the corridor.
Thank you very much for that key piece of information. And I just want to go over this technical piece with you, that the catenaries that will be different. The electrification of the GO line will be different from the electrical work that would carry the Ontario line. Am I right about that? It's not the same piece of infrastructure running the GO trains as would run the Ontario line.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when the design is shown to the city and shown to everybody, you'll see that there will be multiple sets of what's called the overhead catenary system. So both of them, once the diesel trains have been converted, or once they're converted to an electrified train, they will use a similar overhead catenary system, but they will be two separate systems. There will be two separate systems.
So I think, would you agree with me that Metrolinx, despite having turned in their preliminary business case, discovered that they had set up catenaries on both sides of the GO trains, and it's more efficient for them to have them on one side? Or is that my speculating incorrectly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I am not sure why they would, I don't think that would be the reason why they would necessarily move the catenary over. I don't know. You would have to ask Metrolinx that.
Okay, I've been trying, as you noted.
Councillor Fletcher, how far are you through your 3 questions now then?
I'm done. Yes,
oh, you are? Okay, because I was going to say, if you were just, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Drago.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's have a look at the screen and see who else has questions they wish to ask here. Okay, I don't see anybody else. Fine then. We can move then to speakers on this. And again, I assume, Councillor Fletcher, you would like to speak, and so over to you.
Yes, just to remind the clerks that there are the clocks back at 0, so that's good. I can start. Thanks an awful lot, and thank you very much. I just want to thank the community for coming down. I want to thank Mr. Toigo for his very clear answers that the city staff, as directed by City Council, and the many requests that we've made, have been really clear in asking for this information. You know, councillors and my colleagues and mayor, that we've asked about the bridges, we've asked about the trees, we've asked about the impact, we've asked about all of the impacts of something running above ground for 2 kilometers in one of the densest parts of the city, with 7 parks running parallel to the tracks, the only green spaces in that community. So I am very happy that you were able to give those answers to me, and that my community can hear that we are trying constantly to get this information. Also, I'm interested to know that you weren't briefed fully on this new plan. It was shown to the Lakeshore East CLC, Community Liaison Committee, which is actually the RER Smart Track Committee, and they saw that all the wires and all the tracks have been moved from the east side to the west side, doubling up the tracks. And now we're finding out that that will have a major impact on the bridges and many other things, the parks. The community on Saturday had laid out where the tracks would go. There will be very little left of Bruce Mackey Park. And I will remind everybody that that park, Bruce Mackey Park, is named after teacher librarian at Earl Grey Intermediate School, who set up the Degrassi series, one of the most popular, important series in Canadian television, long running. He started that with students from school on Degrassi Street, and that park is named for him. There are many concerns. I think the community is asking, please, city, can you help us figure out a different plan? There are people sitting down trying to think how we could make this work. And it's Metrolinx has said they can't change their plan, but quite frankly, they just did change their plan. They haven't even submitted their environmental assessment for this part of the track, and now it's changed. That will require major spec changes to move both sets of tracks onto the west side. So if we're able to make those kinds of changes, I think we should really be pushing them to make a better change. I'd like to find a way, and asking you, Mr. Mayor, and city staff, city manager, to find a way to sit down and look at other options. As was pointed out, this is the major expense in undergrounding from the west side of the river is that it would add hundreds of millions of dollars. If there can be a way of undergrounding the Ontario line somewhere near East Harbour, post East Harbour, I think that we really need to look at that. So I'm going to be calling and asking for assistance. I'm not moving any motions today. I just wanted to speak briefly after the members of my community came here. I also think we have to engage our partner, the Toronto District School Board. It's quite surprising that there's going to be this massive portal right beside a public school. And I know many of my colleagues have been school trustees. I'm looking right at Councillor Crawford and Councillor Pasternak, and understand how the school community, once they see that, which is brand new, nobody's seen that, is going to have a reaction to say, what is going on? Is this the only thing you can come up with? It seems very odd that they are stuck on this plan and then changing this plan, having to rebuild bridges. The original plan for the Ontario line was clear. They said we don't have to rebuild any bridges. Now we're hearing they have to rebuild 2 or 3 bridges, and I think some of them might be ours. So we have a lot of skin in this game. We've got our parks, we've got our bridges, we've got our roads, we've got our trees, we've got everything. And I'm not sure that we're maximizing the skin in the game that we have, and I'm going to be thinking about that and asking City Council to find a way to be clearer with Metrolinx when we get to our April 7th meeting. And thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for letting me ask questions and speak here today.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And I think it is wise for us to, to talk amongst one another in terms of what the council communication might be, because we'll have more time to properly word it and make sure we include everything of this wide-ranging discussion that's come from your neighbours and from from yourself and the officials here today. Are there any other people wishing to speak on this? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. And I'm speaking purely to commiserate with Councillor Fletcher, because I understand her concerns and experiences, and all I can say to her is, Councillor Fletcher, don't worry, Metrolinx will change their plans and they will not tell you. And I can tell you this from experience dealing with the electrification of the Lakeshore East rail line. I have 3 underpasses in my ward. They were all supposed to have shovels in the ground by now. 2 of the 3 should have been built by now. I had a briefing last week to get some clarification on what was happening from Metrolinx, and they talked of new deadlines and a third-party construction company. This was all completely new to me, and it was new to my community. There was no elaboration of a change of plans or project scope within my community since the last town hall that they had in 2017. We have a Metrolinx bus project, the Durham-Scarborough BRT, that's going to be, or they're planning on putting on Ellesmere, that's going to run from the Scarborough Town Centre to the Oshawa Town Centre. And I'm sure that Councillor Thompson and Councillor McKelvey are having similar experiences as I do, trying to get information out of Metrolinx. And when I can't get the information out of them or properly from them, I go to my local MPP to get the information, and they're not informed or given any information either. And Metrolinx is a provincial agency, so it's really flabbergasting. And this has been going on probably since they first announced these projects in 2016. And I can tell you, Councillor Fletcher, that at one time I took their business cards from Metrolinx staff. I put them in a Rolodex. I'm still a bit old-fashioned. I have Rolodexes sitting on my desk. But when it comes to Metrolinx staff now, they change over so quickly and so often. I don't even put their business cards in Rolodexes anymore. I flip them into a drawer because I know by the time the glue is changed, they probably changed staff. And and the last thing I want to say, when it comes to public consultation, they go out of their way to hide the public consultations. I had one that was tucked in the middle of the afternoon at the University of Toronto Scarborough in their meeting area, that they call it. So, they don't go out of their way to engage with their community or our communities. So I just want to say, I understand what you're going through. I hope that we as a council can figure out a stronger message that we can send to Metrolinx, because they certainly don't want to listen to us. And when they talk about being partners with us, I think that's furthest from the actual case. So those are my comments, Mayor Tory, and I hope we can find a way to resolve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Deputy Mayor Bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor. After listening to Councillor Ainsley, I couldn't resist because I had flashbacks coming to my head. I had a very similar situation. Maybe some of you remember when we had the conversation around the Davenport Diamond. My community really fought hard to also have it underground. We talked about a tunnel. And then the project moved forward with the construction of the Davenport Diamond, and there were certain commitments that were made to the community. The public realm, the art, there's a long list. The Lansdowne Station, and I'm still grappling. I don't know if you noticed some motions that I put not too long ago on this issue, because the station is now part of something that the city needs to deliver. But with that station, there were commitments that Metrolinx did to the community because they were having the Davenport Diamond, because they weren't having the tunnel, because they, at the point, came to the community and recognized that, these projects need to be helpful to the communities that they pass through, to the communities that they bring and transport through. But these have to be city building projects, right? It's about transportation, but they have to, respect the communities that they go through. And so, Councillor, I know how you're feeling. This is a constant dialogue, let me tell you. Like I said, we thought we had all those commitments, and here I am again, still at this stage, about to draft another letter to Metrolinx to ensure that we get the commitments that were made to the community. And as most of us remember, not too long ago, Councillor Perruzza had the same, issues with something in his community as well. So I think that there's some work that needs to be done in terms of communicating their commitments and listening to the communities and building trust with communities. And the way that you conduct consultations, when you come to a project being delivered, that you delivered the way that you agree with that community, I think is really, really important. So I just wanted to also tell Councillor Fletcher and her community that we know that these are not easy times, but continue the dialogue. I think that the City of Toronto has been strong and has been making improvements in the relationship and the way that the projects are delivered, and trying to bring us some more information, being more assertive and trying to coordinate this. I think that has been a big effort on the part of our staff to help us councillors to deal with so many projects going on as well. So I think that also needs to be recognized.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Barlow. See if there's anybody else wishing to speak here. Do I see anybody? No. Okay, well then I'm just going to say a very brief word and then we can move forward and call the question on this. I just want to say, it's kind of one of these good news, bad news stories. Dealing with Metrolinx is always an adventure. I think this has been sort of hinted at, if not directly said, by a number of those who have spoken today. And the bad news is that we have a challenge in front of us in terms of making sure that adequate information is provided and that proper consultation takes place. The good news is that it is a provincial project that they're paying for, which will be a substantial enhancement to transit in the City of Toronto. And so I think it is incumbent upon us at the council meeting and in the period leading up to it that we should talk together, all of us who've had these experiences of perhaps finding their commitment to provision of information to local communities and so on a bit wanting in the past, that we can, hopefully in a very direct way, but still, trying to move everything forward, that we can communicate what it is we need, what has been committed by them before that hasn't yet been delivered, and what the community is saying, so that there can be a genuine consultation and a genuine opportunity where the community can be heard, not just speak, but where they can be heard. So I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to work with Councillor Fletcher and others, including some on this meeting today, to craft something that can hopefully help resolve this situation and allow us to move forward with what I think will be a very positive transit line for the City of Toronto once done. But there's a lot of things with a lot of these projects that have to be taken into account before anybody can just sort of assume that everybody's happy and that everything has been done that's possible. I did go through the experience of many of the ones mentioned by other councillors and saw how difficult it can be to both to get their attention, but also to get some of these changes made that as much as one can. So we'll look forward to that work, and I thank members and deputants for the discussion today. So what I have here is, I think this was this letter that came. Does it have a... Sorry, I'm just looking for my... There you go. Thank you. There we are. So it mostly is a budgetary implications to do with, that's what the original report was. It was about adding staff that we're going to get paid back for. And there may be more to come after the council meeting, but for today, we're looking at things that involve various changes to the budget and so forth. The recommendations are in front of you. It talks about a meaningful engagement on accessibility and so on, but it'll probably address more by the time it gets through council. So I'm ready to call the question on these recommendations, and I'll ask all those in favor of the staff recommendations. Opposed? Carried. Okay. Thank you, Catherine. That brings us then to item 22.5, EX 22.5, recommendations to Toronto Hydro on climate action. There are no deputants on this, but it was held by Deputy Mayor Bilo.
Mayor, I just have a very, very quick question, and it's with regards to the reporting back. This is supposed, it says, to report back to the city manager, but I was wondering how this executive and council can receive that information as well, or what's the plan to receive that information to city staff?
Is the city manager with us?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, the expectation is that Toronto Hydro would respond to this report, provide that response to myself, and then that would give me a chance to report directly to executive and then ultimately council. So, I mean, that's what the report spells out, and that's the direction we're taking right now.
So sorry. So you will then be reporting to executive based on the report. Okay. Thank you. I'm satisfied.
Okay. Just have a look at the screen again and see if there's anybody else who has any questions of staff on this. Questions of staff, going once, going twice. Okay, then if there are none, I would move to speakers. Are there people wishing to speak on this item? Starting with Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm really pleased at this initiative, and I understand that you, Mr. Mayor, have kind of dug in on this as looking at this seemingly change in approach from the Toronto Hydro from what would have been considered a leading position actually in Canada for energy conservation and fighting greenhouse gas emissions to somewhere where we're not clear exactly what the plan is. So asking to clarify their approach, their plans, their programs. I think it's very important that City Council do that. As the shareholder, this is a pretty important moment in our world, and we do have an agency for which we're the shareholder that really has the potential to do amazing things in meeting our climate targets and meeting our all of our reduction targets for greenhouse gas emissions. I also think there's a really important role for councillors to play. And I just want to give an example of a program. We had this earlier where I think Deputy Mayor Bilo was talking about vaccines, and with SDFA, could you please come to us? We can identify those folks who are the leaders in the community that you would want to go and speak to on things. And I do think councillors have that unique ability, and sometimes, for some reason, staff aren't coming to us. So getting that back as part of the normal way of doing business is something that would be a worthwhile objective, particularly with COVID having put us all outside the building and away from one another. But I just want to talk about the EV charging. And when the decisions were made on what streets would take the charging stations, we were never consulted on that, Mr. Mayor. That was a decision that was made somewhere when we said, are you sure that's the best place? The answer was, well, we've already decided. Sounds a bit like that last company or agency we were talking about a few minutes ago in the last item. So I just want to say our expertise, our knowledge of communities. So there's one of these that I'm not sure anybody's ever used. I could have said easily, well, don't put that there. That's not a leading environmental community. The Pocket in my ward is a leading environmental community. They have a program through SNAP that City Council actually was supported us having a Pocket Plus where all the institutions, including the TTC, would come along and look at what they could do to their lands and their holdings and their buildings to capture and eliminate greenhouse gases. But that would have been a fantastic community. They're going to take all of the houses there and look to retrofit them all and reduce the footprint, the carbon footprint there in the Pocket. So that was a no-brainer, that if anybody's going to get a charging station, it should be there. They actually had the first car share. Before there was car share, they had little options for car place in somebody's driveway that everybody could use. That was 15 years ago. So these are environmental leaders. How does it happen that these environmental initiatives get put in places that aren't where the environmental users aren't? So I would say Riverdale and the Pocket, those are the places that ask for them. Somehow they're in spots where I think the usage is quite negligible, and I'm very sad about that. And I don't want it to turn up and then Hydro just say, well, you know, we did that and nobody's interested in using it. Had you asked us, we would tell you where the spots are, where everybody's going to use that 24 hours a day. So I am very happy that this report is here, that this direction is taking place, that we're being very mindful of the role of Toronto Hydro in our transformation of the economy, of our use of fossil fuels, in being the leader that they used to be. And I'll add on to that, and I would hope all round, consulting with those on the ground who know the communities best for environmental projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Just have a look here at the screen. There we go. And I see Councillor McKelvey would like to speak.
Just briefly, I'd really like to thank the city manager and his staff for putting together these recommendations. The City of Toronto made a commitment to be net zero by 2050 or sooner, and that does mean that we need agencies like Toronto Hydro as well as OPG in the province on side. And I do want to draw attention to some text at the top of page 6. And it says that Transform TO and other modeling studies conclude that reaching climate targets require transitioning away from fossil fuels, including the gasoline and diesel used in transportation and the gas used for space and water heating in industrial processes. I think we know we have a significant role to play that in the City of Toronto, but we also need to encourage residents to get on board. The next sentence is the one I particularly want to draw your attention to. In Ontario, shifting from the use of carbon-based energy sources to the electricity grid is a critical path to achieving these targets, since our current electricity supply relies on non-carbon fuels such as nuclear, hydroelectric, wind, and solar. So we do need to decarbonize the electrical grid as well if we want to be successful in meeting our net zero targets. So we really all do need to work in partnership, and that includes Ontario Power, Toronto Hydro, and the City of Toronto, all working towards the same goal that aligns. So as much as this is a great step in the great direction, I know that Toronto Hydro has expressed their interest in working together with us to meet these goals. You know, we do need to continue to get others on board as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKelvey. Anybody else wishing to speak at this point? Okay. Well, I'm just going to say one word, which is I want to just first of all say in response to Councillor Fletcher, thank her for taking part in that discussion. The reason why Toronto Hydro, or the main reason why they could no longer be, at least on their own steam, the leader they were in conservation is because the province withdrew all the funding that effectively paid for all those programs, and that was unfortunate because I think we were making some big steps forward on energy conservation, which ultimately is one of the most powerful tools that we have in doing all this. I will say that this report, of course, is on its way to and really already in the hands effectively of Toronto Hydro and its executives and its board, and so we have representation, of course, on that board, some of whom are with us today. And I will just say from my conversations with the senior executives, they're seized of the responsibility for them to report back to us, and whether they adopt exactly these measures or others or some modification or expansion of this list, they certainly are aware that it's my point of view, and I believe the Council has made itself very clear as well, that I think there is an emergency situation that exists here, that 2050 or sooner, to use the words of Councillor McKelvey, because that's the words we used as well, would be our objective, to be able to do, obviously much, much better than we're doing today, and anything we can do in between. It isn't a matter of just kind of waiting around till the end. It's far from it. So I'm optimistic that come the end part of this year, we will hear through the city manager of of Hydro's commitment and of the measures they're going to undertake, which hopefully will include some of these recommendations which have been thoughtfully put forward by our staff, and I thank them for their efforts in that regard. So if that's all, if nobody else has any words, then I can ask for maybe Councillor McKelvey to move the staff recommendations. You happy to move the staff recommendations, Councillor McKelvey? Yep, thank you very much. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, that brings us to our last item, I believe, which is the Toronto for All EX 22.9, Toronto for All Addressing Anti-Semitism. And we have a very patient deputant who has waited, Jamie Kersner-Roberts, Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center for Holocaust Studies. And are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, and you're Hag Semiak, a couple of days late. I'll wish you that. And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And wish you...
thank you.
Thank you. And you go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your submissions. There may be some questions after that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the Executive Committee for having me here today to speak with you. I will be as quick as I can. I know you guys have a lot on your agenda today. I really want to thank you for considering this initiative, and a special thanks to Councillors Pasternak and Cole, who have put forward this important project. About anti-Semitism, people call anti-Semitism the world's oldest hatred. They say that anti-Semitism is a light sleeper because, just at the moment when we're starting to think that we've turned the corner on this problem, it wakes up with a vengeance, and we realize that it has always been there and always been with us. And I will say that in the last few years, anti-Semitism has woken up again with a vengeance. We have seen an exponential increase in hate crimes targeting the Jewish community. So according to TPS statistics, the Jewish community is the minority group targeted by the largest percentage of hate crimes in our city. The numbers have been increasing over the last 5 years by a great deal. And we're seeing anti-Semitism growing in our universities. We're seeing it in graffiti and vandalism. Just this weekend, we're working with police to take down some just horrific anti-Semitic posters posted on bus stops throughout the city during our Passover weekend. We're seeing the anti-Semitism in attacks, in acts of vandalism against synagogues. We're seeing it, unfortunately, from time to time, and even in our mainstream media. And we're seeing it more than anywhere else on social media. We're seeing hatred, Jew hatred. We're seeing Holocaust denial. We are seeing hate groups mobilizing and recruiting on social media with no repercussions. So all of that is to say, we really believe that a campaign on the anti-Semitism issue is very much needed. We would support this all the way. And we are an organization that has a great deal of expertise in the issue of anti-Semitism, in the issue of genocide, and in the matter of Holocaust education. And I would like to offer you our expertise and our support for this campaign. So thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kersner-Roberts. Are there questions of the deputant? Councillor Pasternak? Yep, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jamie, for coming today. Toronto prides itself worldwide as a place that welcomes everybody from every corner of the earth. How damaging it is when stories get out that various communities, including, I guess, the Jewish community, are subject to racist graffiti, racist attacks, vandalism. How damaging is that to our city?
Are you asking me, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Counselor?
Yes,
Oh.
these were questions for the deputy now, yes.
Oh, okay. So how damaging are acts of anti-Semitism for our community?
Yeah, I mean, anti-Semitism in particular, but hate, when word gets out that there's hate crimes going on in the city of Toronto, how bad is that for our reputation, which we take a lot of pride in worldwide? It's a place that's welcoming, that's safe. We welcome people from all corners of the world to come here, to settle, to start anew. How damaging is that for our reputation when these stories get out?
Look, we're lucky here that we haven't had any major tragedies, I guess, targeting our community. But, we can only look to Montreal that had just a terrible attack on their synagogue, a synagogue there, an attempted, perhaps you would say a terrorist attack, an arson explosives attack just a couple of months ago. I really can't overstate the fear that these kind of stories and this kind of news creates in our community. And, not just in my lifetime, but I mean, over the last 5 years, I have seen our community institutions just change dramatically with respect to security. I mean, literally, I've gone with my toddler to Jewish events and, had security staff search my purse, like desperately. Sometimes they even are patting down the men. I mean, the level of fear and security outside of our family and community institutions has become really extreme, and it is profoundly un-Canadian for us to be living with this kind of fear, and I do want to draw your attention, between this relationship between, the online hate that we are seeing on the internet, especially on social media, and hate crimes. Now, unfortunately, we don't have robust national level data on online hate. And this is something that we've been pushing the federal government for. But we do know anecdotally that there does seem to be a clear correlation between the kind of hate, vitriol, and hate group activity we are seeing online and the expression of hate into actual acts of hate and hate crime. So any effort to, I think, address anti-Semitism, or for that matter, any other type of racism and hate, has to tackle hate crime with hate speech at the same time, because these problems are so directly related.
So you mentioned in your comments that these things go on with very few repercussions. Do you think we need a more robust response? I don't know whether that's under the criminal code, whether we need municipal police to be more aggressive, whether we have to rewrite many of our laws, our hate laws. What did you mean by no repercussions?
I guess my answer to those questions are yes, yes, and yes. So by no repercussions, I mean that hate crimes in this country have an unusually low clear rate. Police are not, by and large, closing hate cases. And this is a big problem. This is a big problem for the principle of justice, and this is a big problem for the principle of deterrence. So how do we start solving this problem? Well, we've been doing advocacy campaigns with the federal government. We do want them to tighten the language and the hate speech laws to include things like Holocaust denial, which currently is not illegal. We are working with police every single day. We just had a conference. 1,200 police officers from coast to coast, over with the rank of detective and above, to meet and discuss new approaches to investigating hate crimes. And it is absolutely clear. It is very, very clear. We had a study released in November by Dr. Barbara Perry at Ontario Technical University, and she found that the majority of police in Ontario admit that they do not have the tools they need to effectively address hate crime. So, you know, definitely our work with police is such a priority for us because we know that that is, you know, improving a capacity of law enforcement to address hate and to address especially violent acts is a huge part of us addressing the problem.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming and sharing your views. We're going to now debate the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you very much, Ms. Kersner-Roberts. Are there any other questions of the Deputy? Okay, I can then call for speakers. Who would like to speak? Councillor Pasternak, I assume you'd like to say a word? Thank you.
Did I hear you? I assume I was recognized.
Yes,
I
yes,
can
yes,
barely hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you very much. So, you know, I just want to thank staff for bringing this forward, Denise and Uma, and for putting this as part of the Toronto for All. Because as I mentioned in my questions, when incidents happen of racist nature, no matter what the community, it's extremely hurtful to Toronto's reputation worldwide, is extremely frightening and damaging to our local communities. And if we really stand by the view that this is the greatest place to settle, to raise a family, to come and start a business, to start fresh lives, we have to live by that motto. It was referenced by the deputant, but there was in the ward I represent a series of posters, and the poster said, this was on Friday, "Israel's killing children again, enjoy your weekend." Well, you know, this kind of demonization of the state of Israel is really a fig leaf for also demonizing the Jewish community. Barely do you hear a word about Turkish troops in Cyprus, Russian troops in Crimea, Chinese troops in Tibet, disputes over the Kura Islands, disputes over Abu Musa, which is a disputed island in the Gulf. You don't hear about any of these other territorial disputes because there is an obsession by an anti-Israel mob to make sure that the sliver of a country, the small country, is the focus of demonization and delegitimization across the world. The sad part of much of the anti-Semitism that we have to fight through this program is actually taking place in public spaces, in public land. And I don't even know to what degree, what tools we have. I mean, if you look at Israel Apartheid Week, which was nothing but a 7-day hate fest against the state of Israel and its supporters, that takes place on publicly funded university grounds. If you look at Al-Quds Day, which we've had before council a few times, which has keynote speakers that are Holocaust deniers and white supremacists, that was given a permit by the Sergeant at Arms at Queen's Park to get started. There was an art exhibit that traveled through city halls in Ottawa and Mississauga called Invisible, and it featured art pictures of suicide bombers, hijackers, and people who were involved in the massacre of Israeli athletes at the '72 Olympics. And the worst of all was funded by the Ontario Arts Council. And certainly, you know, we know at the city, Queers Against Israeli Apartheid, which is a city-funded event, and we did everything we could to stop it. Who wants to sit there watching a beautiful parade and hear the venom targeting an identifiable group in the area, in the city? At York University, there's a poster there which shows someone with rocks ready to throw them at Israelis. So the sad part is, and of course there is stuff that goes online, and that's exacerbating the current situation. But it is sad that much of what I mentioned takes place on public property, government property, often with government funding, and they fall for the fact that this is art, this is freedom of speech. One of the worst examples was a play that occurred at Theatre Passe Muraille in 2009 called Seven Jewish Children, a 10-minute play that spent the whole time making out the Israel and its supporters to be a bunch of monsters. So this is not an easy task. Fighting racism is a big challenge for a city. Tackling a situation in which people go after a country, the world's only Jewish homeland, and call it freedom of speech. A very tough task ahead of us, but we can't sit here and remain silent. We have to speak out. We have to work on it, and I appreciate the support of the colleagues. And I appreciate the support of city staff for bringing this forward so quickly. And I urge them to work with major stakeholders within the community to design a plan that sends a strong message and that works. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Others wishing to speak? Okay, well, if they're hearing none, I will just say a few words on this because I think this is very important. I think sorry, I'm just resetting the clock. There we go. I think the main message coming out of this today, and fortunately it's a message that our city staff have again, and I thank them as well, have responded to at the urging of us on council and of the community, is that we can't remain silent. It's interesting, and it's a revelation as to why we would be embarking on this campaign now, that for a number of years, I'm not saying it's every single year, but a number of years in the past year since we've been measuring these things, the number one group that has been victimized by hate crimes and incidents of this kind that are reported to the police. And of course, we know that those that are reported affecting many groups are a fraction of what actually is taking place. But the group that has been the number one victimized group has been the Jewish community. And this is not a happy thing I'm about to tell you, but because there's two things that are very unhappy about it. There's 100 things that are unhappy about it. But unfortunately, in the first part of this year, that has been eclipsed in the early part of this year by anti-East Asian hate incidents in our city as recorded and as reported to the police, with anti-Semitism still right behind. But that's disconcerting, of course, in many different respects, both in terms of what it indicates about what's going on with anti-East Asian racism, which we've been focused on in the last period of time, but also the continuing challenge this represents, victimization of the members of our Jewish community. And I think the whole thing is a bad news story in the context of the fact that any of these categories or groups would be increasing in terms of the burden that they face of being victimized by this kind of racism and hatred and discrimination in our city. And so, as I like to say, you have to stand up, you have to speak up, you have to show up when these kinds of things happen, and I think we all try as much as we can to do all of those things, but then you also have to act. And a couple of things have been mentioned today in the context of the program that hopefully will be developed by our public service to be the latest in our Toronto for All series, which has been, I think, a very impactful program that we've had as we have tried to support a number of groups and highlight a number of groups. And those two things that I'll mention for today, and there's lots more to be talked about, are public education and additional resources. And public education, when you talk, as I did to a group of East Asian community leaders last Thursday or Friday with Councillor Min Wong, Councillor Lai, and Councillor Wong Tam, public education is high up on the list. But so too is the question of resources in some cases, and I should just point out, because I think it is indicative of the fact that we take this very seriously, that this year's police budget, which was held to a 0% increase, nonetheless had accommodation for some additional resources in the hate crimes unit. I think it added a couple of people, but it was a significant addition to the resources they have there to follow up and to use the words of the deputant to get a better clear rate on those where you actually can bring someone to justice for what they have done. I would just say that, in conclusion, that I think this is an entirely appropriate recommendation that came from staff, both because it's appropriate in view of the historical and current victimization of the Jewish community by acts of hatred and discrimination in our city, as is the case with all acts of hatred and discrimination, and to say with some considerable sorrow that while I think we are still a beacon of hope for people from around the world in terms of some of the questioning that Councillor Pasternak did about how we do embrace people and respect people here and make it a welcoming place for people of all different backgrounds to live, that there is fueled, I think, by social media, but not entirely, fueled a little bit by the political culture of maybe our continent and just other things like that. There seems to be some people somehow feel emboldened and some people feel they have permission to express these kinds of thoughts in the way that we've heard outlined with some of the examples today. And we have to stand up and speak up and show up to say that's not right. We don't accept that. We won't accept that. We can't accept that. And I think this program that's going to come forward as a result of today's recommendation is something that will be helpful in that regard. But it's just a start. And so I thank Councillors Pasternak and Cole for their initiative and the members of the executive for their anticipated support and the community for helping us in keeping to doing what we have to do here, which is to constantly be fighting against this kind of hatred and discrimination, whether it's anti-Black racism, as we're doing, I think, so comprehensively in the city, anti-East Asian racism, or anti-Semitism, or a host of others, anti-LGBTQ racism and discrimination. Thank you very much. And if there are no other speakers, I see none, then we can call the question on the recommendation here. Find it, there we go. That the Executive Committee requests the Executive Director to, et cetera, to deliver a Toronto for All campaign on Q3 2021. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Does anyone have any other business to come before us today? Okay, well then we'll declare this meeting terminated, and we thank you very much for your attention and see you at City Council, if not before. And thank you to the staff for preparing for the meeting and to the clerk for
Thanks. Be safe.